Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon and good evening, and welcome to the Hamster Productions annual Christmas live stream, live from Liverpool. Today I'm joined by a very special guest. I've got a little introduction for you here. So today I'm joined by Georgia Madden, a Liverpool filmmaker and stop-motion animator. Her latest production, Divination Dave, won Best Animation at this year's BFI Future Film Festival. She is known for her witty, bizarre and dark humour. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Hamster Production Studio, Georgia Madden.
Thank you for having me. Very, very excited to talk about animation and build Lego. It's like a perfect excuse to spend the Saturday. So yes, very excited and honoured to be on.
We're very glad to have you. And I believe you've brought your own very special guest.
We've got Dave.
Welcome Dave to the Hamster Production Studio.
Gonna kind of watch on as we build Lego and probably judge us.
Awesome. He's got probably a more comfortable seat than we have. I think that's fantastic. Yeah. So today we're going to be building some Lego, of course. The new Jazz Quartet Lego set. So I'm very excited to build this. I feel like Dave's going to have like a jazz band to go with him by the end of this. So, or maybe we could get Dave to play some of the instruments. So I think without further ado, let's get this open and start building. So I'm going to clear some space. I hope everyone can hear us over the wonderful Christmas music. Okay. Now, I always forget how to open Lego boxes in the best possible way. I feel like this will do. Oh, and everyone, feel free to send in questions for myself or Georgia. Anything animation related, film related, Lego related. Try and answer the best we can. So there's 1,600 pieces, but I think we can do this today. I think we can do this in one go, you know? So we'll start with the instructions.
And it's 4 separate things. 4 separate builds.
4 separate builds. Okay, I think the music is quite loud. Let me that should be over soon. Okay, if everyone can hear us properly now, please let me know. Okay, we have 4 instruction manuals. Gosh, they look quite artsy. And each one is for each band member. Okay. Right, let's do this. So, oh my goodness, right. So we have our numbered bags. I'm not sure how this is going to work because... Oh, let me knock that off.
So this one starts at 5.
Okay.
So we'll find the one that starts at 1.
Now, this is going to be quite an important question. Is there a particular band member that you would like to build?
You know, I've always wanted to play the piano, so I've been eyeing up this piano lady.
And
I feel like
okay.
she is like my aspiration. If I could play one instrument, I'll play the piano. So I feel like I'm drawn to this one. If you don't mind.
That is quite alright. That's quite alright. I actually do play piano,
no,
but I will happily let you build that one.
I feel
No.
piano player would be more qualified.
No, I tell you what. You build the piano one. And then I'll see the finished product, and then I'll listen. I don't play grand piano. This is like a grand piano. I have like a keyboard, you know. I think the bassist caught my eye, just because I feel like the bass instrument is just a very cool instrument. And yeah, how could you not want to be this guy, you know? So maybe we should start with those two.
Cool.
And then the drum kit and the saxophonist.
You've got to have first pick, because I nabbed the piano lady. That was a bit unfair.
I feel like I'll go for the drum kit then. Again, I just think that looks very cool. But I'm a little bit concerned that this looks like I might need your help with this, because like if we're building at the same time, the trumpet's quite small compared to the drum kit. But
Cool.
we'll figure it out. Okay, so let's see what we need. So bags 3 and 4 for me.
This one is 8. Let me see what this one is. Don't know how to start with the trumpets and go easier. This is 1 and 2. I might start with 1 and 2 and warm myself up to the piano.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah.
Cool.
Right. So we need bags 1, 2, 3, and 4. One, two, three, four. I might just put these. So, did anybody hear that introduction, or was the music too loud? I feel like we should probably know that. Because if you didn't hear us, then I'll give some of the information out again. So, wait to see what people say. So, okay, let's do this.
Is there any instrument that you'd like to play?
That's a good question.
You could play one instrument.
I've always... that's a really good question. I've always admired the guitar. You know, I think that's a pretty, like, unique instrument.
One.
It's a funky one, yeah. Do you play any instruments, Georgia?
No, I don't. I wish I did. I used to play, like, the recorder in, like, primary school, but never got much further than that.
I mean, recorders are, a good place to start.
I could do your 6 blind mice. You're really good at that, but can't do much else. I'm sorry.
I swear, Three Blind Mice is like the classic recorder song, isn't it? So you weren't like part of the primary school orchestra or anything like that?
Oh, I wish. No. I'm tone deaf, I'm afraid.
What's your feeling on jazz?
Jazz. I think it is
As we're building a
very
jazz.
cool. I would love to go to a jazz club. I've got my eye, I think there's one on Hope Street. I've got my eye on visiting that sometimes, so yes, very much like to get into.
I've actually, I've been to that.
Oh, is
that
it any
jazz club.
good?
I've been once. I did think it was very good, yeah. I think it was a student jazz band from the uni. Also, I didn't know if you know, Lark Lane, Keith's.
Yeah.
They have jazz every Wednesday.
Really?
So there you go.
Oh, cool.
A little bit of Liverpool knowledge. So.
Yeah, any scousers about
Yeah.
some recommendations.
Yeah, shout out to anyone watching from Liverpool. Okay, so I'm really interested to know what you think of this set, just because, for your animations you have to build models of people from scratch, So I'm kind of interested to see what you think of the Lego equivalent.
Well, I think the instruments are awfully cool. Even the style of the books and everything is really on point. I'm looking at building a mini glockenspiel for my next animation. So that's like a little instrument I'm looking at making.
Is that a keyboard-based instrument? Does it have like a keyboard?
Yeah, it's like a little wooden thing with the... What kids play, like little colourful
glockenspiels.
I'm looking at making one of those. So.
Oh gosh, like a bit like a xylophone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, they did hear us, just barely. Okay, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Right, so let's. I'm gonna try and get some headway with this. I feel like. Do you build much Lego?
I was talking about this before, but I never really had Lego growing up. So it was like when I was like 18, I got my first Lego set, and that was like a big girl purchase for me, getting my own Lego. I love building it, but it is a special treat. My most recent one, I got the Lego Elvis set, and I built that. That was like really, the
my
picture
gosh,
ones.
like the art one. Yeah. That one looks really cool. Because I don't know if you saw they did like a Beatles one as well.
Yeah, you've got the 4 Beatles you can do.
I think it's cool if you have like the 4 Beatles, but so I'm a big Beatles fan. Paul McCartney's my favourite Beatle. So if I was to buy it, I'd probably do the Paul McCartney like face. Yeah. But if you look at the Paul McCartney face for set, it doesn't really look like him. No. Like as one of the 4, it works, but yeah. So I passed up on that. But the Elvis one. That's a good one.
I think I'll build Lego George, where I have to pick a Beatle to build.
Oh, George Harrison.
Yeah.
Good choice. Okay. Got some interesting colours going on here with my bit. I'm going to move us to the side so we can see a bit better.
What was your latest Lego build? Not counting this Jazz Club.
My latest Lego build. I'm just trying to think. It's been a while. Let me look at this is how bad is it that I've actually forgotten. I built the Harry Potter astronomy tower fairly recently, but I actually needed those pieces for my animation that I'm working on. So I don't know whether that really counts. Well, I built it and immediately took it apart. So someone's asking me if I'm going to make a World Cup animation this year. So this is actually something I've done every World Cup for since 2010. And the situation is this: I'm actually away during the World Cup final. I won't be in the studio, so. I've decided I probably won't be making a World Cup video, but if England win, maybe I'll do a retrospective one next year. I don't know.
Oh, I've messed up already.
Oh no! You got the brick separator.
I thought it was symmetrical. It's not. It's a bit.
It is quite sophisticated now. I feel the Lego system.
Yeah, definitely. I'm one of those strange people. I find building IKEA furniture sets super therapeutic, same level as Lego. So it always feels like an IKEA build. IKEA
is a bit like the Lego of furniture, isn't it?
Definitely.
It definitely has similarities. I've got to say, I do love IKEA. Yeah, they're the best. Thing about IKEA though is if you make an error, I feel like it's harder to go back steps than with Lego. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Once you've hammered that dowel in, there's no going back.
Yeah.
There's no IKEA furniture separator, but I feel like that would be a good gadget.
There should be. Maybe they should just make one but bigger. Okay, I'm gonna remove the Santa hat for now. Caped Crusader asks, have you been watching much of the World Cup? I've been doing my best to watch the World Cup. So I really enjoy the World Cup. I'm not a big football guy generally, but when it's the World Cup or the Euros, I get pretty into it. So I've watched as many games as I can, usually the evening games here in the UK. But how about you? Do you care much at all?
No, I'm kind of avoid football. I know my dad really likes it. I think I saw my dad before, so if you're watching, Dad, hello.
Shout out to George's dad.
He's watching football today. I hope they win. He'll be in a good mood if they win. Whatever teams my dad support and I support, so there we go.
Okay, that's fair, yeah. I've noticed. I mean, you'll be able to answer this for me. I've noticed like here in Liverpool, there generally seems to be more like club like support than like like national team support.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I do love the colour palette of this set. It's very nice with the oranges and the yellows. It's very pretty.
It's like a kind of warm colour palette. I feel like maybe it's kind of similar to the artwork they've put on the front. I've never actually seen Lego sets with kind of nice artwork like this on the front of the instructions before. Usually it's just like a photo of the model or something. So that's really cool. Does anyone watching today like jazz music? As we're building a jazz band.
Do you like jazz?
Is that a quote from the Bee movie? That
Maybe.
masterpiece. I've yet to see that movie, but I'm
Really?
aware of that.
Oh.
Yeah. I've seen mixed reviews on Letterboxd, shall we say.
No, it's a masterpiece. Ignore the ones.
Okay. It's a masterpiece. That's what I wanted to hear. Maybe this Christmas I'll watch it.
Oh, there's a question. What's your favourite Christmas film?
Ooh, you know, we had a poll here at Make about like which Christmas film we should watch. So my favourite is Muppets Christmas Carol.
Okay, that's a good choice. That's my favourite too.
So okay, there we go. I feel like
maybe animators are biased. To
yeah,
the Muppets.
maybe. I think the thing is I've watched it so much that actually like this Christmas I'm trying to watch like other films, you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else is like exceptional.
I've got a controversial question. Is Die Hard a Christmas film?
I say it is, but
yeah.
but I actually have not seen it in a very long time, so I've actually sort of forgotten the details. When was the last time you saw it?
Probably 2 years ago now. But
Okay.
I call it, it's like a novelty Christmas film. It's a nice Christmas film when you want to break from like the Christmassy Christmas films. So
An alternative choice.
I count
Yeah.
it.
Okay, you count it.
Yeah.
I seem to remember it's definitely a Christmas film, but doesn't it take place at Christmas?
Yeah, it's an office party at Christmas, but it's like it goes off on a tangent and yeah.
Have either of you seen many stop-motion feature films, such as Fantastic Mr. Fox, etc.? Asked the Caped Crusader. Well, I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think I think the most recent one I saw was Missing Link by Leica Studios.
I haven't saw that yet.
Okay.
That's one for the...
That one is I don't know how they made them. It's just like it's stop motion at such a level that I can't even comprehend. But how about you?
Yeah, I do. I love watching all sorts of stop motion things. Fantastic Mr. Fox, that's like a brilliant one. That's one of my all-time favourites. I've actually got a book and it's on the making of Fantastic Mr. Fox and it's all like behind the scenes notes and pictures and it's one of my favourite books in the world. It is so good. I would really recommend that if you're into stop motion at all. But yeah. I want to watch Pinocchio. That's come out yesterday, I think. The Guillermo del Toro one.
Yeah,
that's on my watch list.
I've been seeing like it being advertised and some of the behind the scenes, and that looks. Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that. Was it Wes Anderson, the Fantastic Mr. Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know like which stop motion company he works with for those films? Because or whether he has his own, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think it was Arch Studio made the puppets and things, but that's more like the puppet making side too. I'm not too sure actually. But yeah, he's got such a brilliant style, and I think his animations are like live action films, and his live action films like animations. That's the only way I can describe it. I think he is brilliant.
Yeah, my favourite of his is my favourite stop motion of his is Isle of Dogs. And my favourite film of his is Grand Budapest Hotel.
I remember going to see Isle of Dogs when it came out and I was with all my friends and it was just like I was on the back row basically like cheering every time I saw a cool puppet. Like, shut up, Georgia. Right, I'm on to bag number 2 now. So
oh my gosh, you're just like speeding ahead.
Oof.
Oh gosh, so you're building like the
It
stage.
seems to be.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
this is my bag number 1 piece. Hopefully
Nice.
no errors in that.
I think just make sure we're in nice focus. I think so. Okay, I'm gonna try and catch up.
Okay. Don't rush, because when I get to the piano lazy, I can see myself taking a very long time. This is like my easy mode one right now.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see characters built from Lego that have like break the normal like Lego figure mold. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're actually brick built.
These are asking for very specific pieces. I have to be careful not to use the wrong ones here.
We'll have to be careful not to mix the different bags. I might make a hot drink in a bit. Would you like a cup of tea?
I'm okay for now, thanks.
Okay.
I'm gonna pace myself.
I'm definitely like I'm a morning coffee person. So about this time, that's when I have a coffee. But I only have the one, and then it's just tea from there on out. But I like that one coffee in the morning.
I take off my sun to have to. It's
Yeah, it's
toasty.
it's nice and toasty here in the Hamster Production studio
Yeah,
today.
Definitely
Yeah.
a nice change to outside.
Yeah, it's pretty grim weather outside. We've got snow here in Liverpool today, or well, ice,
Sludge.
sludge. Okay. So I think you must be on your actual character at this point.
I think so. It's asking for very specific pieces now. It's telling me to use ones with certain parts and to make sure that I'm putting the right ones in. So I'm trying to be very careful here to make sure I'm not.
Gosh,
missing
yeah.
anything. Yeah.
I like how there's even like warnings here, just
Yeah,
like
don't
make
use
sure you
that one. No.
make sure you get this right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty sure this piece is going to be like the belly of my bass player. So where is everyone watching from today? Let us know. Where in the world are you?
And is it sludgy outside? What's the weather like?
Yeah, what's the weather like? Like, you look at that and you think, what is this going to become?
I can see a strange alien creature already in that, like some eyes and ears.
Yeah, so everyone can see that.
Do you like making your own Lego characters, or are you very much stick to the manual kinds of guy?
I get a lot more enjoyment making my own characters or making my own models.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is it takes a lot longer, of course. So there have been times where I've used like maybe official Lego builds or whatever, you know, maybe like a table or whatever. But I get a lot more satisfaction from designing my own stuff. The characters as well, like I design all my own characters most of the time. So for my new animation I'm working on at the moment, I'm designing all the characters from scratch. For my last one, which was pirate themed, I had a lot of like famous Lego pirates in it. Shout out to Redbeard. So Yeah, I guess I mix it up, but it depends on the thing.
Not to lose any little pieces here.
Okay. I wonder if I should get like a little. Would this help?
Ooh, that might be good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Right.
have that on standby.
Yes. Next bag I open. So many little tiny pieces in this set. I'm afraid of losing any.
So the Cape Crusader says he's from Australia.
Ooh.
It's almost 11:30 here. The day was overcast, but still fairly warm. Okay, I guess that's Christmas in Australia, nice and warm.
I've got some relatives in Australia, and they send like Christmas cards, and it's like Santa on a deck chair. It's very different.
Have you ever celebrated Christmas over there?
No, never been.
Oh, okay. Right. Laura Hanks sends love from Lancaster. Hi, Laura. She's one of my PhD physics colleagues from Lancaster. Welcome to the live stream. Oh my gosh, this is like very intricate.
I know.
I wonder what it's like working at Lego, designing these things. I think it must be quite an involved process, a lot of trial and error to get the design finished.
I do love how stylized this one is, though. How like
Oh,
stylized it all is. It's really cool.
It's like it's probably different to anything I've ever built before from Lego.
Do you have a dream Lego set?
Oh, that's a good question. Dream Lego set. I quite like the Lego Bowser that they've
I
released.
was just gonna say that. That's my one that
Really?
I would get. Yeah, because I've got the Lego Mario cube, and that's such a fun one. It's like, have you seen it? It's like you can rotate the set and a little sets pop out the sides, but it's like contained in the cube.
Is that it's like Mario 64?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the old question mark brick.
Oh no way! You've got that.
Yeah, that was.
I'm quite jealous of that. That's probably another one I would like. But gosh, they released some massive sets. So the Bowser's like huge. I don't know if you've seen the Eiffel Tower they've done just very recently.
I don't think so.
Next time you go past the Lego store, it's in the window.
Yeah.
It's 1.5 meters tall. I would probably never buy it just because I don't know where I'd put it, but
Yeah.
I would love to just build it. I'm making errors here, I feel.
I know. I think I've mixed up two pieces here. I think this one was meant to go. No.
Okay.
No, maybe not. Maybe.
Do you guys have a favourite movie?
Ooh, all-time favourite.
All-time favourite?
That's difficult.
That's a hard question to answer. When I was growing up, my favourite movie was Cool Runnings, which I know now
Is it the Eddie Murphy one?
Yeah.
Is it? I think I've seen that.
I think so.
Is it? Oh, I'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, I think so.
It's ringing a bell. Yeah.
That was my favourite growing up. It probably isn't my favourite now, but that's a fun movie.
I'd have to give two different answers and cheat a little bit. I'll say my favourite animation is Chicken Run, and my favourite like film live action, I love Chungking Express. So it's very two different films there.
Chungking Express, that's a South Korean movie?
It's Wong Kar-wai.
I think I've seen that. I've got
Yeah.
a friend from Lancaster who took me to cinema to see that. Is that the one, like there's a girl who has an envelope with a key in it, that's like a... Oh gosh, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it.
It's I just think it's such a cool film, and it's one that like really got me into film. So it's one that stuck with me. But
Okay.
yeah, it's like two different films in one. So you follow two characters for like the first half, and then like flips, and you follow. It's like the first half's like some mysterious lady in a wig,
Yeah.
and the other half's like a policeman, and it kind of like switches around. But it's really
Nice.
cool.
Chicken Run as well. Good
Oh,
call. Yeah,
amazing.
masterpiece.
When I was in college, I blagged like a 1,000-word essay on why Chicken Run was the greatest piece of art ever created.
I would love to read that essay. I feel like, it's a pretty safe argument to win, to be honest. I always loved the villain, Mrs. Tweedy. I think they perfected that villain.
Yeah. She reminds me of my old maths teacher. I'll say no more.
Oh dear.
I'm very excited for the sequel coming out. Chicken Run 2.
Yes, of course. That was a pretty exciting announcement when they announced that, and a new Wallace and Gromit as well. I have every faith that Aardman Animation will pull off a masterpiece, but they have a very high bar to to get over. My favourite movie today might actually be Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Thinking about it. Yeah, Coen Brothers.
I watched that recently. It's really good.
There's something about that film that just warms my soul. I don't know what it is, but I just love it. You got support on Chicken Run. Chicken Run is such a funny movie and so well made.
Good taste.
Yeah. Okay. Check out this guy's boots.
Wow.
They are pretty hefty boots.
Big stompers there.
Yeah. Like, you'll know if this guy's coming.
We've got a leg here.
Oh my goodness.
Coming along. I think I'm starting work on the torso now.
Okay, so it begins. So with just one leg. Gosh.
One
It's going to be one-legged trumpet player. Right, I'm going to make a hot drink. I'll get the kettle on.
Yeah, you've got more support for Aardman.
Yay!
Not that they need more support, I think they are a powerhouse, but...
I'm glad that the Hamster Productions fans have such good taste. Does that set have power functions? I don't think so. In fact, I can say no is the answer to that question. Imagine if it did, though. Like
cool.
motorizing the jazz band.
Oh, maybe you should like hide a little button in there where it plays jazz music or something, a little speaker somewhere. That'd be cool. More to the Lego.
Are you a coffee person at all, or...?
Not really, no.
Not really.
I have tea occasionally, but
Okay.
I am. I'm more of a cold drink person. I'm like fueled on Pepsi Max and things. So
Okay. Do you like the smell of coffee?
it is a very nice smell. So
Okay,
go ahead.
because it's about to smell. Yeah, I've got a Christmas coffee. It's actually just called Christmas coffee. I'll give the rest of the coffee to Dave.
Uh-oh, be careful.
Ooh.
Go on a
Dave
coffee
on coffee.
binge.
Yeah.
That's a sequel.
Yeah.
Someone wants to know about making videos of trains.
Ooh, could you make video of your trains? I've done one train chase video before. That was actually one of my earliest animations. Like, that was successful. And I definitely want to revisit the train chase. So I love making action sequences. That's kind of, I guess, my thing, and it's what I love doing. So my next film is going to be a medieval film, but perhaps the one after that, I might go back to trains. I just need to figure out the setting. So yeah, definitely trains are not out of the picture for future projects.
Gotta say, best train sequence ever in animation, and anything at all. Wallace and Gromit wrong trousers. It is. Oh, it's so good.
That train sequence was like such an inspiration for me.
Yeah.
I always pinpoint that, and then also Indiana Jones films. But I think The Wrong Trousers is my favourite animated film of all time.
It's so good.
For me, it's perfect. How Feathers McGraw, the penguin, can come across as so menacing without saying a single word of dialogue.
It's all in the eyes. It's all those tiny beady eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. Masterpiece in every sense of the word. I've got a brilliant book you might like by Aardman about stop motion. I'll have to.
I've just been looking at some of the books. I can see I've got a Parasite book and the animation survival kit. They're like some staples.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I mean, you just learn so much just hearing even someone talk about their work.
Yeah.
But yeah, this book, I found it's like a little bit dated now.
Yeah.
But I found it has like really useful stuff on like lighting and like camera equipment. But you are a graduate of the BFI film school, right?
Yeah, I did a couple BFI academies. So these were like, I did my first one when I was 16, and that was like a 3-month course. And then I did another one later on. That was in 2019, and that was at Bristol, and we got a visit to Aardman when we did that. So I got a picture in front of Shaun the Sheep in the Aardman lounge, and it was around the time they were filming a DFS advert, and they had the most incredible giant house built that we got to kind of like nosy around, which was really cool.
Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Yeah. I would love to visit Aardman Studios. I guess like you must have learned a lot about stop motion through the academy.
Yeah, that was kind of like my first proper insight into it, really. But yeah, I'm pretty much self-taught when it comes to animation, so I have to forgive any mistakes. I'm still learning myself.
Yeah, well, I can definitely relate to that. I'm always learning.
Yeah.
How long was the academy course for?
Oh, it was only a week long that we were in Bristol. So
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It wasn't. We only had 3 days to make a stop motion film, and if you've ever made a stop motion film, you know 3 days is not enough time.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That must have been one short stop motion.
Oh. It was like a minute long, but yeah, it was hectic 3 days.
Tosbars agrees with us that Ron Trousers train chase is the best scene in stop motion history. I completely agree. How long did your New York shootout movie take to make? So I made an animation a few years back set in New York. It's called The Great Getaway. And that took me actually a surprisingly short amount of time because I was working on it in my summer holiday outside of studying physics.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it took about 2 months of like very like hard work. But it was 10 minutes long, and I got it all done in 2 months. Well, I got the filming done in 2 months. I then edited it later into the year, but yeah. 2 months of filming, maybe a month of editing. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that one. I feel like that one deserves more love. It tends to be my like pirate ones that get the most views, so I appreciate that comment. Right, I think the kettle's boiled. going to very carefully brew my coffee. Maybe I should get this on camera. I don't know, maybe too challenging. Here we go. Here's a coffee brewing cam. Do you have your modular buildings in one piece? I do not, but I do keep them separate out of my Lego sorting system. So I don't know if you've ever seen, George, at the Lego store, they often sell like modular buildings. It might be like a police station or a hotel. It's like a series that we've been running for a while. And I have a whole bunch of them, but I keep them separate in like a box up here that's off camera. And they're all in bags because they're quite valuable now. Yeah. People like to collect them. But I do from time to time use them in my videos. So I keep them together, but I don't have them built at the moment. Could I do an episode of Hercule Poirot? That would be tough. I'm actually interested to know what you think of this, Georgia, but I kind of want to stay down the route of no dialogue in my movies. How do you feel about having dialogue in your movies?
I think it's definitely a challenging thing, and I think if you can do it without dialogue, it's so much. I feel like that's one of the big benefits of animation, is that you can just act out things and do whatever really and really exaggerate things. So I tend to err on the side. I didn't do any dialogue for Dave. Like there's a talky bit, but there's no actual characters talking. For my next animation, I'm looking at my character having no dialogue, and again, just like some explanation bits, and I'm kind of looking at twists on dialogue as well.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone's seen Twin Peaks, but I'm looking at doing like backwards speak and things like that, which aren't necessarily kind of like Mr. Bean style, like noises and things. But yeah, I like to get experimental and kind of err away from using just straight up dialogue. So I think you can do really interesting things in animation.
I feel like you're quite experimental with your techniques, I feel. I noticed in Divination, Dave, you had like a potato. Was it like a time lapse where like the potato just like deteriorates?
I actually, in my back bedroom, I kept a box with that potato in it and a little camera setup, and for 3 months that potato just like rotted, and I was just like taking pictures of every day. I had an alarm on my clock called Potato O'Clock, and I'll get up and take a picture of the potato like slowly rotting away.
I absolutely love that. That's amazing. Potato alarm. That must have felt so good though when the shot was done.
Oh,
you
and
just
I could
threw
get
it
rid
away.
of the stinky potato. That was a great day. My mum and dad were very happy as well when I got rid of the stinky potato. Yeah. So,
so someone's asking you, Georgia, if you work for a stop motion studio.
I wish. Right now, I'm just out my back bedroom. Thankfully, my parents kind of have given me the back room to do whatever with, so I'm kind of working from there at the moment, but that will be the dream one day, get into an actual studio. Let me in.
I'm sure you can get there.
Fingers crossed.
I used to animate in my parents' attic.
Wow.
That was an experience. It was quite like there was quite a vibe in there, but it had no insulation. So it got pretty toasty in summer and pretty cold in winter. My coffee is brewed, so I'm going to be catching up.
Don't worry, I've been making mistakes of that to disassemble and redo, so I don't think I'm very far ahead.
Turns out Lego people are surprisingly complicated. Question for Hamster Productions: your last Pirate Sea battle, did you build the Pearl as a bigger model? So I think you're talking about my Pirate Sea battle from like 2012, re-released in 2014. And the answer is yes. Yes, I did. I bought... Lego did like a run of Pirates of the Caribbean Lego sets, and I got the Black Pearl Lego set at a very good price from Woolworths back when they were around selling Lego. And funnily enough, after I filmed that video, I modified it for the video, and then I rebuilt the original, and I sold it on because I thought I don't need this ship anymore. But I wish I hadn't, because they're extremely rare now. Oh. So there you go. That's the story of the someone somewhere owns the ship that was in that film.
What would you say your rarest piece of Lego is that you've got now?
Ooh, that is a good question. I've got something I think you'd like, actually.
Da, da, da.
Just because it's like a bit odd, and you question why Lego even decided to do this. Let me just access my minifigure drawer without destroying everything.
Got an exclusive.
I hope you're ready for something that's quite terrifying. Okay, so I just got a generic torso here. This is not the original Lego torso, but
oh my God.
It's the Nesquik bunny.
Oh my God.
Let's see if I can show that to everyone.
It's kind of terrifying when you take off the bunny head thing. It's just like some vacant.
Yeah, maybe I can zoom this in.
I think it's more terrifying when you remove the rabbit head.
Yeah, so brace yourselves, everyone. Look at that head. And the question is why? Like, why would they put that smile on? And it's like, it's the way that the eyes line up with the now void eyes of the... So, anyway, it turns out this thing's quite rare. I think it came with cereal. And a friend of mine just gave me a box of Lego and it had this in. I do like how you can move the eyes, though, if you rotate the head.
Oh, that's kind of terrifying. It's like the eyes roll back into the head.
Yeah.
Oh.
So maybe I could do like a Halloween to do. I'd like to go down those routes. It's more that... Oh. Okay. I think we've had a technical...
Oh.
Okay, I think we're okay. I know, it's still live. Can everyone hear us okay? Just let us know. That was weird. So, like, maybe in the future, if, you know, Hamster Productions grows and I feel like I have the time and money to go into, like, models, then I would consider more, like, tactile look. Because your films are quite tactile. They have all kinds of different different materials used. It feels like quite biological at times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what. I mean, if you were doing Lego animation, would you still go down that route, or?
I think I'm not too holy with it all. If I wanted to like make something gross and get the Lego covered in fake blood and everything, I think I probably couldn't resist the urge to do it. But I respect that you want to stick to the medium, and I think you can get more creative by like limiting yourself. So.
I think so, yeah.
Trying to figure out where I went wrong here because I've had to backtrack a couple steps. I think I've
Are they like suspenders, do you think?
Yeah, I think this is the front bit with the tie, but I did it upside down, so I've had to go back and
nice.
This swivel confused me.
Try and adjust this. How does it feel to make Lego animations? I actually really enjoy it. That's kind of why I do it. I feel like each process has a different sort of feel to it, but my favourite is the actual... I do like the preparation, but I love the filming most of all, seeing it come to life.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel, Georgia, making stop-motion animations?
Well, I suppose my favourite part is kind of like the creating part, like I love building the puppets and making all the things to go with it. That's my ideal bit. The animation, as much as I do love seeing the end result, it can sometimes be like a challenge to lock yourself in a room and move things very incrementally and get frustrated. But I feel like it's worth it in the end. I feel like I'm more like enjoy creating things than I do actually animating them at times. But
Yeah.
it's a labour of love and it's worth it in the end.
Yeah, I think the filming can get like relentless, and you have to. I don't know whether you find this, but when you're like halfway into a project, that's the hardest bit.
Yeah.
When you realise like I'm only halfway and it's taking this long or whatever. Do you ever feel like you're not going to make it when you're working on a project, like you're not going to finish it?
Yeah, it's a big worry.
Yeah.
Sometimes even like starting them, I feel like I'm writing and making all these things for something that's never going to happen, but you have to kind of just take it one step at a time. I think it is such a long process. You have to really stick with it.
Yeah. I feel like at 1 we can bring Dave out and start talking about Dave, who's just been patiently waiting for us behind us to build. Yeah. So, when are our next animations going to be finished? That's the age-old question, the never-ending question. I am working on a new project that I think would be finished by summer, but fingers crossed. Yeah. I mean, one thing I've learned about animation is that it never goes quite the way you plan, so we'll have to see about that. But how about you, Georgia?
Oof.
Got anything in the pipeline?
For a year now, I'd say I've been trying to like write and make my next one. But yeah, it's just a process of kind of like looking around for funding and opportunities, and yeah, it's just I've kind of gone on a tangent as well now. The one I've been making, it's got like a branch off where there's like another little segment that plays on the TV. So I've been making those animations to go in my animations, like an animation I've been making lately.
Oh my gosh, I love that. That's amazing. What format is the animation that's going to be in TV? Is that also stop motion?
Yeah, I think so.
Love it.
My guy's got a torso now.
Hey, he's coming on well.
He's
I
got
like his
one leg for some reason.
You can tell he's throwing himself into it with that posture.
Yeah.
I wonder why he's got one leg.
Yeah,
that's
very questionable. Oh, I think I'm building the next one as we speak, so not for long.
This is gonna look boss though. My guy's still only got boots because I'm trying to. This torso is incredibly complex.
I know. I built mine upside down after disassemble him, so.
Oh my goodness. Have you ever done any live action filmmaking?
Oh, I have. That was like my first way into it when I was 16 when I did my first BFI thing, and that was a live action experimental film we all did. And I used to go to classes every Saturday. There's a school, it's Liverpool Media Academy. I used to go every Saturday, and it was like with a group of actors and a group of film people, and we'll just like mess about and like make films. And we did like a big Alice in Wonderland like thing. We used to work on it every week as we came in, and it was like a anthology thing we did. So I've done like bits of filming with friends, but I haven't ever done any like film work on a proper big film set.
That sounds like really fun though, and like these are like actors.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have like a crew as well?
Yeah, we were kind of like the crew, so it was really fun because we were all learning together. So it was like, and we would bounce ideas off one another, and I think that's kind of like the best way to work when you're like with friends and being able to experiment and like throw ideas out there. Have you ever done any live action or?
When I was quite young, like very early teenage years, I would make, actually probably younger than that, I'd make home movies with my friends. And we were called Croft Productions because that was the name of the house I lived in. So shout out to everyone from Croft Productions. And so we just went around my hometown. I actually didn't write the scripts, but my friends would write the scripts. I was the director, and my brother was the the cameraman, and yeah, we used to go around and we made a whole bunch of movies. I don't know what you'd think of them if you saw them, but they were a lot of fun to make, and yeah, that was just kind of something that we did as like a hobby. I have also done live action stuff more recently. I do these like science documentaries because I've got like a background in science, so that involves like a lot of doing interviews and stuff, which is live action. And actually, you can see my camera there. You saw that there. I have a Blackmagic cinema camera for that stuff. Question for Georgia: how many frames does it take to get your figures to move? Okay, maybe frame rates and
so
how do you shoot?
Yeah, I was on 24 mostly with Dave. Some I'll go down to 18 if I was feeling like it was a lazier movement I could get away with. But yeah, I tend to stick to between 18 and 24. Sometimes I do like in post like slow down and speed up depending. But yeah, I think I never stick to one solid frame rate, which is probably a bit naughty because it makes editing a bit harder. But do you have a frame rate you go on?
So so you shoot on ones then? You do 24 frames of movement? Okay, gosh, that's impressive. I have had a standard for a while, which is 15 frames a second. So that's actually 30 frames a second shooting on twos.
Yeah.
And that's just a style that I've generated being completely self-taught. Mm-hmm. I'm considering making the jump to 24 and then shooting in twos again, so that'd be like 12.
Yeah.
But I'm worried it's going to be like a little bit more choppy compared to 15. So up till now, I've done 15 frames a second. That's kind of my standard. And I would drop, occasionally to like, I think it'd be 10 you could do. Yeah. For like big explosions and things. Have you ever, question for Georgia, have you ever helped Hamster Productions create an episode on the Hamster Productions channel? Not yet.
No, I'm yet to work in Lego for animation, which is weird because I feel like that's the way most people get into stop motion is like through Lego. But I've never done a Lego film, so perhaps you might have to show me how to work in Lego and the tricks, because I'm sure it's very, very different to using puppets and things.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I've got to say, I've got huge respect for the craft that goes into the puppets. Like for me, making a character is literally, if I don't have the pieces already, I might have to get them online, but it's literally just 3 pieces put together. But I mean, obviously you can get a lot more emotion and depth in like handmade characters.
Well, if you ever want some Lego customised, you know who to call.
Thanks. Yeah, 12 FPS isn't too choppy once you get the feel for it. I think Wallace and Gromit was shot at 12 frames a second, and then like full 24 frames for camera movements and stuff. So I'm considering adopting that technique. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is like so many small pieces.
Oh, I know. So many specific small pieces. They're all very similar looking, and there's like warnings not to use certain ones.
Yeah, and it's like all the same colour. Oh my goodness. Right, so that goes like that. What on earth is that? Okay.
I might be giving this guy his other leg.
You are like quite ahead of me.
There we go.
Oh,
2 legs now.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, I see why you touch this one second. It doesn't actually touch the ground.
No. So you can do his little kicks.
I hope that that leg is strong. Nice. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, they're bringing like quite a lot of character out of just Lego bricks.
Do you ever find that difficult, like when you're working with Lego? I know we were talking about feathers before, and like how Aardman got like such a simple character to have like such emotion. Do you ever find that you you give emotions to certain Lego men? Because I know that like all the faces are very similar and things. Do you find there's a way to give them character?
Yeah, that's a good question. In my mind, I feel like I do. I'd be interested to know what other people think, but when I design the characters, and certainly when I'm animating the story and it's all planned out, I know what their motives are in a way. So there's like a level. Now, obviously, they've just got a printed face; it never changes. Occasionally, I get to change it if I've got another face that will do the job. But sometimes in the way that they move and the way that they stare at each other, or like just the timing of it,
Yeah.
you can get out a sort of emotion. Yeah, a bit like Feathers.
Yeah.
Him just standing there with his little beady eyes. That's enough to convey a feeling for the character. I feel like I do try to implement that where I can, but it is like, obviously it is a challenge, but yeah, there's certain things you can do, like the way that they move as well, that can help convey that. I think it goes back to what we were saying before, like having no dialogue. I think in some ways it's restricting, but in some ways it actually it makes you do things. You makes you do things that you probably wouldn't have done had there been dialogue. That actually brings
you
out
think more about the actions and things. And
yeah, exactly. Do you think it's quite common in stop motion to avoid a lot of dialogue?
Yeah, I think it's easier too, because in live action you're kind of limited to what the human body can do, whereas in animation you can really like exaggerate things like eyes and movements and head turns and looks, so you can get a lot more creative with it. So I feel, and I think that is like one of the big benefits of animation, is being able to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Saying that though, I do take a lot of inspiration from Mr. Bean. I think that's like, it was such a good performance that he acts like an animated character, which is so.
That's funny, yeah. We had the VHS tapes of Mr. Bean.
Oh.
So I grew up on that. Rowan Atkinson is a phenomenal comedian. And Mr. Bean, that's something that's gained like an international reputation.
It's big in Germany, isn't it? I think that's strange.
I hope it's not because they see like all British people that way, but I've definitely had a few Mr. Bean moments myself, to be fair. Timothy says, hello from Ukraine. Hello, Timothy. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, Small Links. Welcome to the live stream. So I finally got some legs. Ooh. This guy seems to be in a much more like rigid pose, shall we say, than your trumpet player. Yeah. But I suppose he's holding a double bass. He's got to be sturdy. So Charlie mentions that my face was spectacular in my 100k and 200k videos. Thanks for that. And thanks everyone for subscribing. I was very pleased to hit the 200k milestone this year. And
congratulations!
Thank you. Let's keep that going.
My guy is about to get ahead. I feel like I should.
Oh
da,
my gosh!
Woo. Moves about with it as well. It's on.
It's actually got some articulation.
It's on a ball.
Nice.
Very cool.
I love his like hairdo. It's quite. Let's get. I'm gonna get that camera zoomed in specifically on his head.
Get Get the hair. I
Look
love
at
his
that.
little mouth as well.
It's like, I do love the way, it's quite abstract, isn't it, with the Lego pieces, but it works. Even like the puffed cheeks, like blowing the trumpet.
Cool.
I love his tie as well. It's a big slab.
Get to make his arm next step. And then the instruments.
Okay.
Exciting.
Fab. Because I was curious to know like how much articulation there was. Because in theory, I feel like you could articulate these and use them as a stop motion puppet. But maybe not as they are. But right, where am I up to? I've made an error. I put his legs on backwards. That would have.
It's the wrong trousers.
It's the wrong trousers, Gromit. And they've gone wrong. I have a Christmas tradition that I watch basically all three Wallace and Gromit, like the original Wallace and Gromit shorts each year. Last year we watched Massive Loaf and Death as well, which is another masterpiece. But yeah.
Do you have a ranking of them out of the four? Because I actually watched them recently. My boyfriend never seen them before, and I showed him them all. And yeah, so they're quite fresh in my mind.
It's always a joy to share Wallace and Gromit with people, isn't it? Do you have a? Yeah. Okay. So I'll go through my order of how I perceive them. Is this just the shorts?
Just the shorts.
Okay. So wrong trousers, 100% right at the top.
I agree.
It's okay. We're agreed on that. It's perfection. The train chase, everything. The fact as well that it like satirizes like old school horror movies.
Yeah, and like suspense. It's got like a detective feel. Like even with the lighting before, I think it might mention in that book about how they lit it like specifically to be like a Hitchcock film. It is. It's so clever.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a masterpiece. So then number 2, let's just think again. So we've got the Grand Day Out, Close Shave, Massive Loaf and Death. I think number 2 for me, I want to say Grand Day Out.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something about it. Okay, so we're agreed on that as well. There's something about like the rocket ship going to the moon to get cheese, and it's like, it's just like when you put it on at Christmas, you just feel like I'm so happy I'm watching this. Yeah.
It does, and you can feel like Nick Park through it. That's like, it's such a pure one because it is like the first one, and it's got like a real pure feeling to it. I feel the very last one, I'm kind of giving away the rankings here, but the very latest one they did is kind of like lost a lot of that touch, I think. But
that's really interesting you say that. Yeah, and I know what you mean. So I believe Nick Park was working on which was it, Grand Day Out. Up like in the northwest, I don't know, in like a shed or something, or out of his house or whatever. And he hadn't actually completed it when I think Aardman Animation said, "Listen, come." Or it was like a college project. I think they were just like, "Come to our studios and finish it there." And it took him many years to finish, but like you say, it is like pure Wallace and Gromit. Definitely his like brainchild. I think like Close Shave as well was really good. I think I'd probably put that at number 3. I feel like it tried to be the wrong trousers but didn't quite pull it off. But then again, I'm comparing to perfection, so still an absolute masterpiece by every means. Massive Loaf and Death, I do really like that one, so that's number 4. And I heard that after they did the Curse of the Were-Rabbit movie, they were planning to do another movie, but for whatever reason they decided to, instead of doing a movie, to do another short. And they condensed the whole movie script into a 30-minute episode. And so I think one of the reasons Massive Loaf and Death comes across as quite dense is because of this fact that it was originally meant to be a feature-length movie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what I'd read.
Yeah.
So that could be the reason why it doesn't quite have the pacing and the charm of the other ones. But I still love it. I still think it's fantastic. And the pun...
None of them are bad.
None of them are bad.
Yeah.
Everyone should go watch all the Wallace and Gromits, including the feature film, which I love.
Yeah.
Okay, what am I doing here then? I think I'm making his torso. Oh my gosh, are you done?
I think I've still got another arm to do. Yeah,
Okay.
I've still got another arm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you do get spare pieces with these, I think. Oh no, maybe that's his other arm.
I like the little trumpet.
It's very cool.
I wonder what kind of trumpet that's meant to represent. I guess just a... It's quite a small trumpet, isn't it, compared to like him? It's like a bugle. Oh, it's fab though. Move these big pieces. If you need one of these big pieces, just say.
Yeah, I think they're for later when we get the gang together.
Yeah. Oh, that's looking great though. So, how do you get different sounds for your animations, like sound effects?
Good question.
That is a good question. So I have like a few databases online that I get sounds from. YouTube actually provides a few free sound effects. I record a little bit myself, but like not much if I'm being honest. And then I'm actually currently using DaVinci Resolve for editing, and it has like a sound library as well. Yeah. But I find with sound effects, I like to just like pile them all on top of each other. So instead of just adding one sound effect, I just like add as many as I can, and it just makes like a new sound effect, if that makes sense. But how about you, Georgia? Where do all... Because the soundscape in Divination Dave was really good.
Yeah, I think on that one it was probably about like 75% sounds I recorded, and then I filled in gaps like what I couldn't actually record with. There's a website called Zapsplat, and it's like that's like a really good thing for having a load of sounds on it. I recommend that website. But yeah,
are they like free?
It's free. You can have a free one, but I think it's like limited to 5 downloads, and then you have to like wait like a time out. But you can get like a membership, and it's fairly cheap. So I got like a month-long membership and kind of like use that.
I feel like I need to write this down. Zapsplat.
Zapsplat. Yeah, it's a good sound effect library. But yeah, a lot of Dave's stuff was actually just like me with like a bag of crisps, like squashing it and like trying to make like squelchy noises, and yeah, so that was a lot of fun.
A bit of like Foley work. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, Zapsplat.
I think that's my guy finished.
He's looking fab.
Very cool. Got a few spare pieces, but I think
that's like I think wow. Yeah, he looks great. I mean, you can tell he's like putting his heart and soul into it. What do we think, folks? Can we name him? What should we call him? Give us your name suggestions. Could be like a young Louis Armstrong, maybe. So, would you like to introduce us to Dave?
Yes.
Formally.
So this might be a good time with the first guy finished.
Bring him over. Oh my goodness! What an absolute hero. Let's clear some space, and then people can see. Or I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's cut away from the Lego just for a bit. Hello everyone.
Hi guys, introducing you to a rather disgusting Dave. He's a couple of years old now, but this is a foam latex puppet. So I kind of like make my puppets. It's got the armature in it was one that I bought already, but I've built them up using foam and liquid latex. So She's a
look at that detailing.
rather grotesque character.
So the armature, that's like a metal skeleton, right? That
Yeah.
exists inside the puppet.
Yeah, so that's what allows him to like move about and stay in place. And
how did you decide on the articulation that you needed, or did the armature just kind of come with that? And
yeah, so for this one, because it was just like a dude, like my next animation look, we're making like a lizard and things, which are going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
But because this is just like a guy, it was just an armature that I bought online that was all like pre-made and had all the right joints and all the right places. So it was kind of like I just skinned him and gave him this like, he's got like horrible like hair and veins and toenails and yeah,
a lot more detail than the Lego figure. Put it that way. And so you built all of the stuff outside the armature by scratch from scratch,
so
basically.
I made his clothes, and he's got a head. His head's actually removable. So I know
his head's come off.
So it's made of balsa wood, so it's super lightweight, and it's got some clay around it. And then these mouths are removable, so the little magnets, and that's how I get him to change expression, and how I get him to eat crisps and things. So I've actually brought a pack of mouths. This is just half of the mouths that I have. I've got another one of these boxes.
Oh my gosh,
home.
let's see if we can...
But I'll open it up here and show you some expressions. So when he has to like chew crisps, for example, we've got like, this is a chew cycle. So when he's eating the crisps, these will be the mouths that will be put in.
Yeah.
And these all work together, so it looks like he's chewing. And I had to do some like experimentation with this, so I was like testing out beforehand, like as I was sculpting it and playing it back and making sure that it did like do the chompy action.
How did you mold these? Like, how do you do this? Like,
yeah, so I had the process when I was making them all. I had Dave's head made.
Yeah.
I just had a piece of like cling film over his mouth, and then I'll build around the magnets, so they've all got magnets on the back of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll build around these magnets, and when I was finished with the sculpt, I'll take off the cling film and put it in the oven and bake it, and then that would harden it.
So you just baked all these like faces in the oven?
I had like a tray of mouths that were rather grotesquely being put in the oven, but yeah, they're...
Oh my goodness me.
He's got 40 in total.
Yeah.
So.
And he stars in Divination Dave, right?
Yeah.
Which I've seen. It's a masterpiece. I like how someone's commented, "I'm scared, but you're really good at puppet making." So I feel like that's
a
what you're...
compliment. Thank you.
Do you mind if I
of course,
pick up his head?
Have a mess about.
Gosh,
Yeah.
that is very lightweight. Yeah. And gosh, so it's just I wouldn't have thought that would be clay. It doesn't look to me like clay. How did you get it to be like a kind of skin tone?
Yeah, so I just there's a brand of clay that I love. It's called Sculpey. It's like a polymer clay, so they've got a skin tone one. So I use that, and I mix in some colour. So I don't know if you can notice, but it's like his nose is like slightly redder and things, and obviously like his lips are coloured. So you can mix in like more clays to kind of colour it, and around his eyes are purple. So it's just like little details like that. But yeah,
I'm gonna have him as my head.
oh my god.
Hello.
It's terrifying.
Oh yeah, that is terrifying.
Yeah, and the eyes too. They're like blue tacked in at the moment, but when I was like actually animating, I could like move them about, and I had some eyelids as well. In fact, I've brought...
How did you how were they held in while you were animating them?
Yeah, it was just blue tack I was using. I've really like stuck them in now. So
That must have been quite tough. Yeah.
But
Gosh.
I bought this is one of Dave's stands, one of the drawers he's got, and inside it's got some little pieces for the animation. So
Fantastic.
let me just get these out. So I brought a little tub. I can bring them up. I've brought a little tub of eyelids. So I'll show you. This was a very fiddly thing. So when I wanted Dave to blink, I had these little pieces of liquid latex that I cut out, and I'll just like pop them over the eye. So they'll just sit over like that.
Like contacts?
Yeah, so they'll just like pop over, and then that will be like a blink. So
It looks like someone's punched him.
So I had a load of these, and my cat as well. Oh, she would chew up these little bits of latex, and I'll find them everywhere, like half chewed. So that's why I've got so many eyelids in here, and they're all of different sizes.
So you animated with a cat, about. That's brave.
I had to lock her out the room of a night because she would jump up on the set and like move stuff about. It was
that's fab. I kind of want to let's see if we can show off this
Yeah, of course.
this furniture you've made with like. This looks so realistic to me, like the mug.
It was very fun getting to
Mark.
like dirty it up. But inside I've got some of Dave's crisps as well. These are 3 different varieties of crisps.
Go on, talk us through the varieties of crisp in your film.
We've got the special sparkly salt one.
Okay. Wow.
Sparkling so much, in fact, you can hardly see it.
Maybe
There we go.
show to this camera. I don't know
Yeah.
whether you can see that, folks. Yeah.
There's-
That's like the magical crisp.
That's a magical crisp indeed.
Okay.
These are Dave's flavoured crisps. These are his crisps of preference. It's got a bit of salt on it.
Yeah.
And then
Love
we've
that.
got the horrible plain crisps. Yuck. These are the ones that Dave does not enjoy at all.
Oh my
So-
goodness. Okay.
There you were.
The salt, because that very much leads to
The plot of
his
the
problem
film.
solving, shall we
Yeah.
say? Yeah. How did you come up with Divination Dave and this story?
Well, I wanted to challenge myself. It was over lockdown. I made this film, and it was just me kind of making it in my mum and dad's back room. And I wanted a plot that was just like one guy in one room. And I was like, what's like a funny, interesting thing we can do around that?
Yeah.
And about the same time, like spoiler alert, I was having a wonder about what would happen if someone ate a salt lamp. That was like my question that I wanted to ask Google, and like Google could not find me the answer to this question. So I was like, right, I'm gonna write this film about a guy eating a salt lamp, and then it kind of stemmed from there, and yeah.
So having watched the animation, it's just that moment when he starts consuming the lamp is just it's so funny. Yeah, I was like in hysterics.
Some little crisp packets here. I made about 40 of these as well. There's a scene where he does like a crisp angel, and he's like lying in these crisp packets.
Just look at the detail on these. I don't know. I'm gonna get a little rule up here just so you guys can appreciate how small these are. So that's like a handful of centimeters.
I had to draw these with my little paint pens, and I did so many of them that my hands were like shaking by the ends, but it's like an assembly line.
This is like absolutely incredible.
Got a little...
So this is something that I have like no experience in, is like using materials and like model making of this kind. The phone.
The phone, and we've got a remote as well.
I've got to be careful handling this.
Oh no, it's fine. I've got a ton of them. These are, like I say, David's been around schools and all sorts, and he's kind of been handled a lot, and he's going yellow a bit on the latex because he's getting on now. But...
Oh, bless him. But I mean, he looks well, you know, for 2 years of age. That's a long age for a puppet. I love this phone. So again, this must be baked clay, is it?
Yeah, polymer clay again. And it is kind of fun getting to muck them all up at the ends. As you can see, the remote's very grotty as well.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'll move Dave back. He's getting in the way of the Lego book.
Let's give him something. Wait, hang on. I want to let's give him something to hold on to, shall we? Can he hold on to things?
A piece of Lego, yeah, sure.
Maybe he can help us with the brick separator.
We've got to come to Dave and beg for the brick separator when we make a mistake.
Yeah.
That's like the way to shame us.
Okay, so from now on, if we make a mistake and we need the brick separator, we have to do it through Dave. Yeah.
Have to call upon
Does Dave want a coffee or tea or anything?
Ooh, he's into salt lamps. Don't suppose you've got any of those knocking about?
Afraid I don't. No. It's a
Should
good
be
question
okay,
though.
There we go.
Don't eat salt lamps, folks.
No, moral of the story.
Moral of the story.
Right, put them
Never
back.
eat salt lamps. Wow, there we go. I love his sofa. Sorry, like armchair.
The
even.
lazy lad.
There he is,
I was
watching
very
over us.
very close with the brands because I did it. It was funded. The BBC do this thing New Creatives North, and that was who funded it. And because I'd kind of like started making all the props beforehand, when they came to me, I was like pretty much finished making the puppet and the props. I was like showing them all these crisp packets, and they were like, "These are very on the nose." Got another very on the nose brand here.
Yeah, go on.
Can you see this one? Oh, here. Can you?
I feel like I know what this joke's going to be.
Tell you what, if you watch the film,
if you watch the film, you'll see it. Yeah. But so this is, other crisps are available. This is very close to like some real brands, shall we say?
So the BBC were a bit like questionable on that, but they let me get away with it in the end, which was good because I didn't have to make 40 more tiny crisp packets, which would have been very annoying.
So Divination Dave was funded by the BBC Arts Council?
Yeah, so it was a great scheme. I don't think they're doing it anymore, which is a shame, but it was
Okay.
I was in like the final round of it. It was New Creatives North, so it was for people wanting to get into filming and make something. They'll like give you the funding and the producer as well, and they'll kind of sort out all that finance side of it, and then at the end of it, it got published onto iPlayer. So that was like a dream scheme to come
That is
across.
amazing. Yeah. And like, of course, like Wallace and Gromit went through the BBC first as well. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like that's amazing. What is it like working? And you can go into as little as much detail as you want. What is it like working with like a producer and having a kind of funder? Because whenever I've worked on a project, it's always kind of been just me that makes the calls. Do you find it actually helps having someone to discuss through, or?
Well, it was like very different because it was kind of just like me on my own during lockdown. Like I never actually met these producers or anything. It was just like online Zoom calls we'll have, and they kind of sorted out all the things like with like funding and everything. So they were like the guys I'll go to and kind of very loosely explain. And in fact, it was quite funny when I pitched it because I was like, this is like the mad vision part, and they're like, what's that going to be, George? And I was like, you'll see. Like kind of not going into it too much, but yeah.
That's actually interesting because if you tell them too much before they see it, it kind of might spoil it a little bit. So you want them to see it, but then you also want them to be convinced that you're working on something that
and it was also a fact that I didn't really know myself how I was going to do a lot of this stuff, and they don't come from like a stop motion background, so I couldn't really like ask for like advice on how do I do these things. I had to kind of like figure out myself. They were just more concerned with, I will make something in the end, and I was like, I promise I'll figure it out somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I promise I will make something eventually.
I mean, that's fantastic. So was it through like the the BFI Academy that you met these like producers, or?
No, it was like I say, it was this new creative scheme. So I saw it advertised like online, and it was putting in like the application. You had to write a treatment, and you could have like a pitch deck with like some pictures and everything. So I wrote this like story about this salt lamp guy and everything, and I sent it off. It was in June 2020 time when the submissions got closed, and it was like super delayed, and I wasn't hearing back. And I was like, right, they're not going to help me make it. I may as well just like start making it myself. I really want to make this now. So I was making Dave and all the props and the set and the puppets. And then it was in January 2021. So it was like 7 months later that they finally got back in touch and were like, we want to fund this. I was like, oh my god, great, because I've got my puppet, I've got my props, amazing. I've got everything ready, let's go.
That is so fantastic. Yeah. And I think the results speak for themselves. I think it's a great production. And I look forward to seeing what you do next.
Thank you.
I don't know how much you can reveal about your next project, but
at the moment it's just like, again, it's just me in my own mind trying to like think of these plots and hopefully find something else like new creatives out there that will help me actually make it. But for now, I'm just like storyboarding and come up with ideas and hopefully making some puppets. But we'll see where it goes.
To be fair, I do like that period of time when it's just like storyboarding, like getting those ideas together. It can be quite fun, and then like, but before the project's kind of like very involved and like taking up like all your time. Do you want the pieces for the next figure?
Yes, I'm on to my piano lady now, so I need bags 8, 9 and 11.
8, 9, 11. Let me consult the archives.
So this will be a challenge because I feel this guy was a lot simpler than what I'm about to make now. This one seems to have a lot more pieces and things going on, so...
Yeah, I feel like...
We'll see.
This is probably going to be like double the pieces, isn't it? 8, 9 and 11.
8, 9, 10, 11.
That's a 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Let's clear the decks.
Yeah.
Let's get this back in focus. Oops. There we go.
We were having a little conversation before. I was asking about like storyboards and things because that's kind of what's very in my head right now. I know that you mentioned that you do them, but it's more like towards the end. You don't really start with storyboards. You have like
So for me, my animations always come from like a single idea that I just really, really like. It could even be just like a moment of a video, and like basically the theme of the film as well. So that's what I sort of start with, and I just kind of, before I write anything down, I tend to just think about it a lot. I don't know whether you find you do the same, but I just sort of think of ideas in my head, and then I can start to write down characters. In fact, I can show you. So I'll show you my. This is quite a hodgepodge book. This has got like storyboards from like a lot of my old animations, but it's also got the storyboard from the Barracuda Heist, which was my most recent animation. I don't know if you guys can see that. There we go. So in here, so these are some very old ones. Gosh, I actually did like a lot of stuff for this one. So the first thing I did was I wrote down all the characters I was going to have. We got the British, the pirates, Caribbeans, prisoners. This is like where I started with the characters. And then I came up with like the main kind of sections of film. I split into acts that I knew were going to happen, and then I started storyboarding. And so actually a lot of this storyboard, I probably didn't actually end up following it exactly, but yeah, this is kind of how I put my stories together. And then I had to do more like planning. So like I had these very elaborate action sequences that might just be like 2 panels in the storyboard. So then I would write down lists of shots that needed to be completed, and yeah, it's a bit of a mess. It's like organised chaos.
as long as you understand it, that's the most important part. Is like, because I'm like that. I do these horrible scribbles that no one else would know what they meant. So I'm like, oh, it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I think you've got to do whatever technique works for you.
Yeah.
So I imagine your storyboards are probably more organised than this though. But like here, this is like getting towards the end of the film. And there was a lot of, like, to try and save on time, I tried to get any shots that were taken from a certain angle done. Mm-hmm. So I would highlight those in red, and then I'd do all those in one go, and then I'd go back and do these shots that filled the gaps. And yes, towards the end I just started ticking them off. So that's how I did my last film. And then for my upcoming project, and this is like a bit of a sneak preview. Again, I've sort of started just with like the setting and some of the main characters, and then some of the more of the characters. Like we've got different factions and stuff, and actually I'm basing this off on a historical event that occurred, but I'm adding some of my own stuff in there. So a lot of the characters are real historical figures, which actually helped a lot with designing them. And then I've got like the main stages of animation planned out. I've got some of the details of how things will move around the set. Yeah. And so what I'm going to do over Christmas is storyboard that. And so I'm ready for the storyboarding. So that was a little sneak preview of my next animation. And you can see the set behind us, this magnificent castle. So how would you storyboard your animations?
Good question, because that's what I'm in the middle of right now. I'm going to grab... I need a flat piece. There's one of these big ones.
There you go.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Ah, she's got quite a large like base.
Yes.
Yeah.
Storyboarding. Yeah. it's a question that I'm trying to answer now, because for Dave, I was kind of getting pushed to do an animatic. Which I didn't end up doing, but I wish I kind of had, which is like, if you don't know, an animatic is basically just like a storyboard but played back with like sound effects and timing and things. And that's what like the BBC were kind of eager to see. They wanted to know how long everything was going to be, and I couldn't really answer that question, so I very like tactfully avoided doing one. But I think for this animation, I would like to do an animatic. So I'm trying to storyboard with that in mind.
I think that's interesting. That I think that is quite a common way of I guess pitching an animation.
Yeah.
Is that you have that. Would you do like a bit of live action playing it out a bit, or is it more like kind of like you draw cartoons?
From the animatics that I've seen, it's been mostly drawings, but I know that you can do. I think is there another piece, because I think this one's a bit big.
Ooh.
Is there another base?
Oh.
Or maybe
it's one of these.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's alright.
Messing up the Lego already. Yeah.
So if we're doing puppet making, I'd be royally messing that up. So.
Yeah, but when I did Dave, I did a lot of like live action references, so I'd record myself doing things like banging on like tables to see how like a person moves, and then using that to reference the animation.
Yeah, I remember Dave's banging on his table and the lamp's not working. Yeah. Do you think with animation, do you try and make it like kind of true to life in terms of how things move? Or do you go for like a certain style?
Yeah, to a degree. But I do like to exaggerate things, and stop motion, it really does like let you exaggerate a lot. So I tend to use like real life movements as a reference, but then you can make things more surreal, which is always fun.
Is that exaggerated movement comes across well in animation, I think, in general.
Yeah.
I know like Looney Tunes and all of that kind of old school hand-drawn animation, they really like pushed things to like their limits in terms of like how caricature it was.
Eyes bulging. And
yeah, exactly. So I feel like that's kind of like quite it's got a history in animation of making things quite exaggerated.
Yeah. Well, that must be quite difficult, like exaggerating Lego guys, because they're kind of like restricted to how they can move. So do you have any tips and tricks on how you kind of like get across big emotions?
Because that's hard for me. Limited with Lego figures. So sometimes Lego have made like certain kinds of heads that can be used for certain emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Are you referring to like movement specifically, or like just generally how I convey emotion?
I think we touched on the emotion before when we were talking about like feathers and things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose more like movements. Like if there's any like, do you ever do things like separate the bricks and have like a moment where they're like suspended in the air, or things like any tricks like that you have? Or
I do some funny things. Yeah, I so quite often with minifigures, if I just go get one. There we go. Here's the Hamster Productions minifigure. One thing you can do is you can sort of separate out the pieces a bit. You see how like the head can be raised like that, and the legs can be raised. So if like someone is shocked, I'll have like the head pop up just for like a frame, and then maybe their like hat will come off like a little bit.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back down, and I do things like that. But I quite like using blue tack as well to make things sort of float around. Do you do much like keying out of when things fly? You sort of key out the supports and stuff.
I had to do a lot of rig removal when I was working on Dave. Like he doesn't have any. One thing with stop motion puppets is you can like drill holes in like feet and things like when they're walking, but Dave doesn't have to do any walk cycles technically, but there were some bits where he were standing up and I had to like heavily rig him, and bits where things were like flying about in the air, I had to like remove all the metal wires afterwards. So like that
it can be quite an intensive part of the process. So I try to limit that as much as possible. I try and use blue tack wherever I can, but I imagine because your rigs probably have a lot more weight than mine, even blue tack is probably not an option. Dave looks very content there with his brick separator.
Yes, he's got his happy face on.
He's got his happy face on, you know. I should have brought him some crisps. Leonardo Forcieri says, this live stream is so much better than the one last year. He was my guest last year.
Oh.
So shout out to Leo. Welcome to the live stream. I don't know why you're being so harsh on yourself. Yeah. He voice acted in my last animation.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, which was quite fun. So for my animations, when I'm getting like the voice acting done, I just tend to invite like people I know. I like who will have like the right voice for the character.
Yeah.
I just get them in and I direct them to like make a bunch of different noises. What did you do for Dave here? Who gave him his voice?
Oh, good question. Well, this was actually when I mentioned LMA before. I had a tutor, Tony, and he was like big in stop motion, and he kind of like was super supportive when I was making. I did my very first stop motion film in my nan's cupboard. Actually, it was an awful film, and it was like the puppet wasn't even like properly skinned or anything. But that was like my very first one that I did by myself, and throughout that, Tony was like my big support, and he's like pirates me all stop motion films and gives me these like old obscure films to watch, and he was so great with all that. And I knew that when I was doing like the voice and everything, he would be so into it, like he would really enjoy doing that. So I got in touch with him, and it was over lockdown. He had his own mic and kit and everything, so I asked him, could you do me like a few Mr. Bean style like noises, like some grunts and like sitting down and like a bit of chewing and that, like expecting like a 5-minute clip. He sent me a half-an-hour clip of him doing all these like different variations of like grunts and sitting down.
Wow.
It was amazing. It was a big listen, but yeah.
That must have been like quite entertaining to just go through that whole like thing, listening to these sounds just coming in.
So he was like the perfect Dave.
That's fantastic. It's good. Yeah, you just know who would be like enthusiastic to do a job like that. Yeah. By the way, my guy's got a torso now.
Yay!
I like how he's got quite a belly. You know, maybe not as big as Dave's, but he's compared to your guy. He's like I love his bow tie as well.
I was just gonna say that's super cool.
That is pretty neat.
Nice. It looks like he's gonna have an articulated head as well, by the looks of your piece
and
there.
arms.
And arms.
I feel the legs I feel could have been articulated, but it's like limited. That would actually be a really fun project to take these figures and make them fully articulated. Do you want a hot drink or anything, Georgia?
I'm okay for now. I might go for a toilet break in a minute, but
Sounds
I'm
good.
just going to finish this piece.
Hamster could make a mini Robin Hood movie. Interesting idea. Would you ever consider making an animation that you hadn't conjured up yourself?
That's a really good question, and that is like the dream one day is I love like things like Fantastic Mr. Fox that we were talking about before, which have been like adapted. And the story for me, no one steal this from me, please, because one day if I make a lot of money, I want to buy the rights. I want to buy the rights to the twins.
Right, this is top secret information, folks. Keep this to yourselves.
The twins of St. Clair's. That is what I want to adapt one day. I love those books growing up, and I feel like I could do like a really creepy stop motion animation adaptation of those books, because it's like old school Enid Blyton, and it's like 1940s. Oh, Doris, let's go for some afternoon tea, Doris. And I feel like I could make a really creepy version of that. That's like the dream to do.
Would you do like a kind of, like Corpse Bride, Victorian, like almost grayscale kind of town? Wow. Would you go down that route, or?
Yeah, in my head it's quite like colourful and fantastical, I feel.
Okay,
I wouldn't go for an
I've not actually read those books, so I'm sort of talking out my depth
yeah.
here a bit.
No, they're very of their time, let's say, so I'd like to modernise it in a strange, creepy way.
Yeah.
Do you have any works that you want to adapt, like?
I do, but it's sort of it basically depends on what I've watched recently a little bit. This is going to be completely like a different direction, but I really want to do some videos down like a science route, but not just like a video that explains science, but the history of science. So have the characters involved, like an actual film about the development of some areas of science that I'm particularly interested in, because a lot of people know, like, you know, we all learn science at school, we all know these equations have been conjured up by someone at some time, but actually a lot of times the stories behind where science comes from is absolutely fascinating. And there's a few sort of things that I would like to bring to life through film, but I don't know whether the Lego would be the right medium for that, so something I'm considering.
And it's interesting. Do you find it different working in like because that's almost like a non-fiction approach? Do you prefer, like, would you think you prefer working in a documentary non-fiction, or do you like the idea of making characters and fantasy? And
I love both. I absolutely love both, and funny enough, I think with like the film I'm working on now, for example, I'm trying to mix both together.
Yeah.
So this is a real castle in Scotland you can go visit that I've recreated. It's by Loch Ness. I would tell you the name, but I've been told by a Glaswegian that I pronounce it horrifically, so I'm not going to try. In fact, I've got the name here. I bought some like books to help me design the castle. So I say Urquhart Castle, but that's wrong. I'm basing my animation around a real siege that took place back in 1303. So there's like a little bit of history in there, a little bit of non-fiction, but the documentation of that particular battle is very poorly documented. So I have a bit of creative liberty, and I am going to be using that to make it a classic Hamster production with a lot of action and comedy in it. So
very cool.
But like I do like basing things off real life stuff. Like I did my video in New York, and I recreated a lot of New York for that. I did a video in London. I created a lot of London scenes for that. So, how about you? Would you ever go into the realms of non-fiction?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I agree. I love things like, well, when I was growing up, I loved horrible histories and stuff like that, where you take like these real stories, but you kind of show another side to them, and you make them more fantastical. And I feel that would be a really interesting thing to work in, just so long as there is like a limit. I think Tarantino does it quite well. I like the way that he takes things like Inglourious Bastards, where you know it's not the truth, but you need to kind of be careful because there's a fine line. I think with his most recent one, he almost crossed it with the Sharon Tate film.
I would say
quite questionable.
Yeah. That's really interesting that you bring up him, because he likes to add like an alternative spin on historical events. I felt with the latest one, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, only he can make that film.
Yeah.
Only he would have the bravery to make that film. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people involved with some of the stuff in that film are still alive, and it's kind of, wow, what a vibe that film is.
It is. I mean, some people found it, like, I think my mum found it very slow paced, but I love the pacing on it. I just felt like it took me into the world. So, yeah.
It does take you into the world. And you know, apparently for the soundtrack for that movie, they chose a day in real history in LA, 60s LA, and looked at all the songs that have been played on the radio that day, and they only chose the soundtrack from that selection of music. And so one of the reasons it has such a good soundtrack is because they really delved into what was really being played at that time. I don't know why it keeps lighting up. Do you prefer videos of pirates or videos of the city? I guess that could be interpreted. Do we like pirate action films, or do we prefer like more kind of I don't know how you describe it, like maybe less actiony, city-based movies? I'm definitely like an action guy, but I like action in any circumstances.
Kind of branching off that, do you have like a favourite action film? I know we were talking about the train sequence, but that to me is very like James Bond. Do you like those type of action films, or do you find yourself exclusively animation action?
No, I like action in all of its forms, and actually, I have huge respect for people, even within like the biggest film producers in the world, who can produce action sequences well. I think action sequences are incredibly technically difficult to accomplish, certainly in live action, and in animation as well. And so things that come to mind that get it well, certainly the Indiana Jones trilogy, like the original 3 films, or in particular the first one and the third one. I adored those movies growing up, and they absolutely get the action just spot on. Very enjoyable to watch. Also, Lord of the Rings, the action sequences in that, just magnificent. Did you see recently, well I say recently, it's probably about 9 years ago now, the Lone Ranger film by Disney?
No, I didn't.
Okay. It got a lot of bad press as not a great film to watch, but I did go and see that film, and it ends with a train chase that I really enjoyed, and it had this amazing rendition of William Tell Overture by Hans Zimmer. And you can go see the action sequence on YouTube. There's a guy who does a breakdown. That was a good action sequence. You can say what you want about the movie, but that was a good action sequence. What kind of movies do you tend to go for? Do you like action films, or do you go for other kind of themes?
Yeah, I'd say I'm more like a thematic and like vibe person. Like Chungking Express, you could argue it's got no plot to it, but I just absolutely love it. I just love getting like lost in a world, and it can be any sort of world. Like sometimes I even films like, I don't know if you've seen recently Mad God, the Phil Tippett one.
I have.
That was like,
oh boy,
wow.
Yeah.
That to me was so spectacular. It was just I didn't even know what images my brain was processing, but I can just like get lost in those kind of films. Like I feel a lot of the time I don't really need a big heavy plot. And another film that I love is The Florida Project, and I get made fun of. I showed it to my dad, and he was like, "There's absolutely no plot. I've just watched like 2 hours of nothing." I was like, "No, it's so good." So maybe I'm like the anti-action. I can watch things that aren't
It's like,
necessarily.
would you describe Phil Tippett's Mad God as kind of, I feel like it's anti-mainstream cinema, like Hollywood in a way. It was certainly alternative, because I found myself watching that film. I had like nothing to hold on to as a viewer. It was just like an onslaught of misery. Funny enough, like I had huge respect for like the craftsmanship.
Yeah.
But like I'm definitely someone I feel who likes. I don't. Maybe I've just been conditioned to like these things, but I like something to hold on to as a viewer, some kind of message, and I did not get one watching that movie. But I mean, yeah, credit where it's due. The craftsmanship was incredible, and I will never forget that movie.
Oh,
like,
definitely.
Doesn't matter what I watch from now. Like, I'll never forget. So I'm very glad to have had that experience watching it. But
I feel like that's a really important and underrated part of watching film, is like if it sticks with you, and you can only have like the test of time, because some movies aren't like particularly great ones, but they'll like stick in your brain to a point where.
I finished The Bassist. We have our second musician.
Yeah, he's got a friend.
And I love the gesture. He's just like, it's almost like he's laughing. But look at that. Articulation in the arms.
Whoa.
And the head. I feel like
he bends a little bit too.
he does have a little bit of a bend.
Whoa.
So there we go. Band member number 2.
Yay.
Give us your name suggestions. I feel like we overlooked the name suggestions for the last one. Barry, Jeff, Steve, Barry. So we got 2 votes for Barry. I think that's
So is it this Barry?
So this guy's Barry.
Cool.
Barry the trumpet player. What should we call our double bassist? What's your favourite horror movie?
Oh,
I'm going to forward this to you.
Oh, what a question. The Thing just immediately came to my mind. That's just
The Thing.
The Thing. It's so good.
I need to watch that movie.
Have you not seen it.
I know,
It's so good. It's so good. That's my recommendation for the day.
Okay.
I also love Hereditary. That's like a more recent horror film.
I've been told by my housemates to watch that.
Yes.
I don't think I'm prepared to watch it on my own though. I feel like I need someone there. But
it is that's like a really haunting one, I'd say. But, yeah, so many. I think horror might be like my favourite genre. If you made me like pick a genre of film, just because you can get like so creative.
Yeah.
But, do you have a favourite horror film?
I do. I like The Shining, the original.
So good.
Whether that's my favourite though, I've probably not seen as many horror films as you have because I'm definitely someone who I dabble, but I'm not like a horror enthusiast, I'd say. I really like, now I don't know if you consider this horror, but I really like Get Out by Jordan Peele.
Oh yeah, that's definitely.
It's like psychological, yeah. That film was a masterpiece. I really loved it. Us as well, I really enjoyed, by the same director.
Yeah.
That for me was my limit. That was as scary as I could go. I almost walked out the cinema, but I didn't. That's the main thing. I didn't walk out the cinema. I almost did. The whole vibe of that film just had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Just the visuals, the music. I mean, I think as well, like if you took any screenshot from that movie, in of itself it wouldn't be that scary, but it's just the atmosphere was scary, and that for me is what a good horror is about. I'm trying to think what others I've seen, to be honest. I've seen Us. Sorry, not Us. It. But I wasn't too convinced on that.
Was that the new one that you saw? I haven't saw the new one.
The new one,
Seen
yeah.
The Tim Curry one.
Do you recommend the Tim Curry one?
It's been a while, but from what I remember, it did its job of what like 10-year-old me was wanting to be scared, and it scared 10-year-old me. I might have to revisit that and see if it still is scary.
I think in a little bit we can have a break, and then I feel like we're progressing well with these models.
Yeah. I've got a bit of a floor going on here.
Oh my, I didn't even realise you were building that.
That
is a slab of floor.
Yeah,
if
it's
there
been
ever was one.
quite therapeutic putting in all the little tile pieces.
Nice.
But yeah.
Looks great. Let's put it here so we can start. I feel like we can start seeing this come together, can't we?
I might be able to maybe not attach them yet.
We're gonna wait till the end, but like they're starting to come together. That's the main thing. Okay, what am I doing? Double bass. Yeah. Shall we have a break before you start building the piano?
Good idea.
Yeah. We're gonna have a lunch break, and then we'll be back very soon. So, see you all soon. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Stay tuned. Hello everyone. We are back. We've just had a little break, and we're back to continue building the Lego Jazz set and talking all things animation, all things film. Send us your questions, and let's continue this festive live stream. So, right now, where was I? I think I'm building the double bass musician.
Yeah.
We have the figure here. And now I'm building his instruments.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just starting on my piano.
Oh, hello. Someone's at the door. 1 second. Hello.
I'm delivering a package from Santa.
Oh my goodness, we have a delivery. Come on in. It's a bit cramped in here. Our neighbour has come with a package. Thank you very much. This looks fab. I don't know whether you can see that. Let's
Yeah, I think
get it
it's
on
just
max
in
screen.
view. We've also got some little dog visitors as well.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, thank you very much.
So it's just a little Hamster Productions Christmas gift from your friends at 10 Street Cycle.
Thank you very much.
Miga and
10
Minnie.
Street Cycle, they fix my bike all the time, by the way, so Hamster Productions wouldn't run without these guys. Shall I open it now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Here we go. I have no idea what this is. Oh my goodness. Standing Small, a celebration of 30 years of the Lego minifigure.
Whoa.
Christmas has started well for me. Thank you very much. That's very kind of
You're
you.
welcome, of course.
And always good to see the girls, Minnie and Miga. How are you doing?
Well, I love your office.
Yeah.
Let you get back to your jazz band building.
You can see the models so far. We've got the double bassist without his instruments.
Yeah.
I'm building that now. And then
Trumpet guy.
Trumpet guy.
who the fans have called Barry.
Barry.
Yeah.
Barry Trumpet guy.
The
okay.
name is still pending for the double bassist.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So another job for the viewers is you could choose characters from this book and they could tell you what the name of the character is.
We could try
good
that.
idea.
We could try that. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, Lego MBA. They've got everything. Aquazone.
And
This is like a blast from the past. Wow. Pirates. Yes.
I had loads of those runs.
The
And
Islanders.
that one.
Yeah. It's our favourite pirate, everyone.
So, and also it's good for the environment because it's a book from a charity shop.
Supporting charity shops. I'm all about that. That's good. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind
You're
of you.
welcome, Josh.
Thank you.
And have a good
Merry
day.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah. Alright, until
Bye,
next
guys.
time. Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Well, very fitting.
I was not expecting this. This is an intro. Yeah, wow. That's very kind. So for those that don't know, Hamster Productions is one of many studios, and I have many neighbours that do many different things, including bike repair. So that's cool.
Some pirate inspiration, maybe.
Yeah. So unlike you, where you're like designing your characters from scratch, this will just be me. I'll just flick through. This. Shout out to Lego Adventurers. I don't know. I grew up on them.
Oh.
It's like quite nostalgic looking at these. First Christmas gift of the year.
Wow. And a great one as well.
Started off strong. Right, I was making a cup of tea. I'm going to finish making it.
Yes, I have a mystery tea bag today, folks.
Yeah, I don't know where the tea bag's from. There's just like a jar of them at the studio. So you'll have to let me know how it goes. What it's like. And would you like a Greg's mince pie? Other mince pies are available. I'm not.
Not
Although
sponsored.
Greg's are great. I do love Greg's.
I may in a minute. I'll just stick with my tea for now, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Might delve into those.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy. Okay. So I think our double bassist is called Billy. So that means we've got Barry and Billy.
Ah, are we sticking to a B theme now?
I feel like, yeah, there is a theme coming on here, isn't there?
Everyone start thinking of good B names for the next two.
Yeah. What would the band name be if it's all Bs? The 4 Bs?
Try and not make any mistakes. Again, very similar pieces. Trying to make sure I get the right ones.
Oh my god, look at this. This is so intricate. Yeah, gosh. I feel like the double bass is a bit simpler than the piano, at least so far.
Well, we've got the drums still, so
Oh my goodness.
they might be a challenge.
I think I might have to get you to help me with that. So, something I did last year is we had people watching the live stream send us animations that they've made themselves that we can watch through without sound because we don't want copyright issues. But we can give like some feedback on.
Yeah.
Do you think you'd be happy to do that?
Sounds great, yeah.
Okay, so if you've got an animation that you made recently or any animation that you've made that you want to send us, just send me the link and later we'll try and go through them all and just give some feedback. So go ahead, just send us your own creations.
Do you have any Lego builders that you love? Any channels that you watch or?
There are a few. Yeah, there's one guy, I don't know his name, but he makes these incredible videos. He's building like a very detailed city, and it's kind of beyond your normal Lego city where it's just kind of like square roads and stuff. He's got like roads going in every direction. It's very realistic. Unfortunately, I can't remember his name. There's a guy called Tiago Catarino, who was a Lego designer at Lego for a few years, and I think in 2019 he became a YouTuber, and so he does really good videos on like how to make, like for example, he makes like little clocks or these sort of things, and quite often if I need to have something in my videos where it's like I need a clock, I just Google his name, clock, and he'll have shown how to make one, and he makes fantastic videos. He does really good reviews as well.
Do you have any like good resources or forums that you use for things like Lego and trying to find bits that will work for Lego animation specifically?
I do. There's a website called Bricks in Motion, and this year I've kind of been more in contact with the folks over there. This is like a community of Lego animators, and they have like a Discord server. So quite often if I've got like a query, a Lego animation specific query, I could just ask the guys there, and you know, it's a pretty active community. It's strange. It's like a subset of stop motion animation, Lego animation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've this year in particular I've been more involved in that community.
That's cool.
There's a guy who's joined called Tom Cruise. So welcome, Tom Cruise. He's even stated that his name is Tom Cruise. So he's doubled down on the Tom Cruise name. Yeah, that's a great name. Right. Okay, this is getting quite sophisticated, this double bass.
Do you listen to any music while you animate?
I do, yeah, always. Either that or podcasts.
Yeah.
And I love it, but I don't know if you've read Richard Williams' animation survival kit.
Yeah.
In the introduction he says you absolutely should not listen to music. But I think I've come to accept that it depends on the individual.
Yeah.
I can definitely concentrate on the animation and listen to music.
Mm-hmm.
But he says that like you should have no distraction. You should be purely concentrate on the animation. But
No, I need some music to get through.
I find that listening to music gives me energy.
Yeah.
And it gets me through it. Yeah, like you say. What kind of music do you listen to?
Ooh, that's a good question. I have different playlists. So I have like one specifically for like if I'm animating, and one's like if I'm sculpting, because I feel like they're very different energies, and they have like some favorite albums that I go back to. Like if I'm animating, I like kind of like high energy stuff, so I listen to like a lot of the Go Team and stuff like that keeps me like really pumped.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
then if I'm sculpting, I want like more chill, probably more like jazz stuff when I'm smoothing out my clay and things.
Okay.
So,
Okay. You listen to a bit of jazz. Nice. Nothing wrong with a bit of jazz. Yeah, I do this weird thing where, so like you, I like to listen to music that like pumps me up when I'm animating. You know, gives me that energy. But I have this weird thing where I like to listen to music that is to do with the scene. So, or like, for example, when I was making my pirate film, I listened to a lot of like nautical and pirate-based music. I don't know if anyone's heard of the Ye Banished Privateers. Shout out to them, they are a great band. And I listened to them like non-stop. It just got me in the mood. So that is something I think that's a bit odd that I do, but I enjoy that.
Do you make playlists at all for your films? Because I do that a lot. Like I've got very specific playlists for this next film that I'm trying to make, and it's not necessarily songs that are going to be like on a soundtrack, but it's songs that are like the vibes of the film.
So, okay, so it's like not the soundtrack, but just yeah. I think that's kind of, I think we do something very similar. Then that is basically what I do. I mean, I playlist everything anyway. But like, yes, I've got like a nautical playlist that I listen to a lot in the pirate film. And I do also playlist for the soundtrack, but to be honest, actually, this is a good question about music. I have like a certain number of sources I get licensed music from, and that kind of limits what I can have, but I find it does the job well. So like, even if I find like the perfect song, if it's like really well known, I'm probably not gonna be having that in my film. But do you have any music sources that you use, or do you like to have music in your films?
Yeah, well, Dave didn't have any music in it, but my next one is definitely music heavy, and it's a slight concern because I've got some like big kind of tracks that I would love to have in, but I don't know whether I'll be able to because of like things like licensing. So it'll be something I'd have to look into and maybe make some compromises on. But, yeah.
I think it's one of those things where I think licensing popular music or well-known music is probably more accessible than I realise, but it's just about figuring out how you go about it and who to contact and how to get like a good deal. For my pirate film, the opening track was by a band in Canada called the Bombadils. And I located the track and I was like, this is perfect. And it worked out really well because they are self-published. So I only had to discuss it through them, like, and negotiate through them. And I was really happy to secure that track for the film. For me, like, music in film is, I think, incredibly important. I think, like, well, so long as the film needs it, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever done, or have you had any interest in like making a music video?
I would be. I think I'd be open to that. It's not something I've gone into, but I wouldn't. I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't. But it would have to be a project I'd really be behind to spend that time on it. Okay, this is slowly taking shape. How's your piano? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I've got a little. I think this is going to be the top of it.
It's quite like yellow.
Yeah, I'm guessing these bits are going to get hidden.
Yeah.
I think they're just to help.
The double bass has got a bit of yellow and blue in there.
Yeah, I do like that about Lego builds, how they use different colours inside to kind of help out so you don't go blind with
Yeah.
certain colours.
I know they did a Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie set.
Oh, wow.
So it's completely grayscale, like the film.
Mm-hmm.
But inside it's like incredibly multicoloured. And it's like all hidden away. I thought it was quite cool.
I'm going to have to consult Dave. I've stuck a tiny little piece.
Dave, help us out.
Help, Dave!
He's got our backs.
There you go. Oh, these little fiddly one square pieces.
Yeah.
Not
Well-
fun to stick in the wrong place. Thank you, Dave.
Cheers, Dave. What's your favourite thing to animate that isn't Lego? I feel like this question's good for you, Georgia.
I love liquids. I like things like goo and gunk, and like even though they're really hard to get to work, when you do get them to work, it's so satisfying. Like there's a scene in I Absolutely Adore in A Close Shave, you know, when Gromit's washing the windows and it's got like the foam and they use little tiny clear marbles as the liquid in there.
Oh, there's
It's-
marbles.
Yeah, there's marbles in it. It's
I never
just-
knew that.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. I just love things like that, and yeah, there's a bit of gunk in Dave, which I got to animate. Try not to spoil things, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I have never had that experience of animating like liquids. I've had to animate many particles, so like lots of Lego pieces basically. I imagine it's quite difficult. Do you have to have like a viscous version of the liquid that you can shape it?
Yeah, it's a lot of like timing. So when I'm working with like hair gel and things, like there's a bit where a bit of spit drips down the side of a box in Dave, and it was like being very, very quick on the button because it was just like it would fall naturally. So it was like
Oh
trying
my
to
gosh,
time it
okay.
right. Yeah.
Would
So-
you maybe like every few seconds just take the image?
Yeah, I was prompting it to go the way I wanted it to go, but it was like as I'd be taking the picture, there would be slight movements as well. So I had to kind of like once I'd started, I couldn't take a break. I had to make sure.
That's interesting. There's something I have done actually that reminds me of. If I have something like heavy falling over,
Yeah.
quite often I'll have like blue tack that's like holding it up. And sometimes, and I don't really plan this, but sometimes it just happens that the blue tacked object will start falling slowly because it's held down with blue tack. So the blue tack's just doesn't quite have enough strength to hold it up.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts slowly falling, and I just take pictures as it goes down, and then you get a very natural and you can take frames out if you need to or whatever.
Good cheat.
What do you think's better, science fiction or fantasy?
It's a tough question.
I think I'm probably a science fiction guy. I studied physics. I do think science fiction can be bad, but I don't like all science fiction, but when done well, I think it's the best.
Yeah.
I like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh,
I like Interstellar as well.
it's brilliant. I went to a Stanley Kubrick exhibition. It was a while back in London, and they had all like the original props from like the monkey suits and everything. Oh my god, it was just incredible seeing it. Yes, Kubrick is like one of the best directors, if not maybe the best director. He kind of did like everything in every genre and managed to master every genre. It's like,
Yeah, like think about like there's like Doctor Strangelove, that's like a comedy, or like political comedy, I guess. What's his other big famous one?
it's got obviously Shining's like horror.
Oh,
There's like
I mentioned Shining earlier. Yeah.
there's he did like Barry Lyndon, which was like a historical period piece, like Clockwork Orange. Some that's kind of like sci-fi-ish, I suppose.
This year I read Clockwork Orange.
Wow.
So I cannot wait to watch the film. I didn't want to watch the film until I read the book.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kubrick, he's one of those directors where, or maybe the only director where, if you take a screenshot, I mean, you could like put it in in like a frame.
Yeah, definitely.
On your wall. It's like every shot just meticulously calculated. Yeah. No, I agree with you completely. So, Johan says, my son Ziggy loves your stuff. Well, we all do. Can't wait for the new one. Merry Christmas from Down Under. Merry Christmas to everyone in Australia.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
You any Christmas plans this year?
I have a lovely Christmas planned. It's just going to be very simple. Me and many of my brothers are going to be home for Christmas in where we grew up. So, yeah, just sort of a classic Christmas break. How about yourself?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be heading over to Sheffield, see some family there. So,
Nice.
yeah.
I wonder how the Sheffield game's going.
Da, da, da.
Have you used Stop Motion Studio, the app?
Mm.
I've not.
I used it once for a workshop. I took Dave into my old college and we did it was just like a 1 day quick animation, and I think it's good in a pinch, but I don't know about making something long on it. I've done it only for a day, so can't really.
It might be good to do you think it's good learning tool to learn the basics?
Oh,
and then
yeah, definitely. When I was first using things like PowerPoint, just trying to get a grasp on stop motion, I remember, so it's definitely an improvement from just taking pictures. It really helps you. You can speed up and slow down. I think it's got options like onion skinning, so you can see your last frame, and that's really helpful when you're getting started. So
yeah, I'll have to have a look. I've been considering doing my own workshops actually, but I've not yet. Maybe in the new year. Do you like Christmas time as a time of year?
I mean, I'm not a Grinch about it. It's a nice time, but I suppose I'm not one of those super Christmassy people. I don't put my decorations up in November or anything.
Yeah. I think I like it as an opportunity to sort of just stop for a bit and maybe do some reading, and see family, of course, as well. Yeah. But yeah, I think like you, I don't. I keep Christmas for December.
Yeah.
I think 1st of December, that's when you can get Christmassy. That's just my view.
Oh, there it is. Been searching for a piece for ages.
Oh, it's shaping up though.
Yeah, I've got the tactile piano.
So maybe it's like a baby grand or just a full grand piano. I wonder what the scale is here. 1/8? If I was to guess.
Yeah.
Do you consider scale? How do you consider scale when you can build any size you want, basically, right?
Yeah, well, with Dave, I did 1/6 for him, so I was when I was building the furniture, I was actually looking at things like IKEA manuals and scaling it down and things like that. And
that is absolutely genius.
same
yeah.
with clothing as well. You can find a lot of clothing patterns online, and then you just scale it down. So I've actually got a matching top with Dave because I made a human sized one and then scaled it down by 1/6. So I've got a stripy top as well.
Oh
that
my god!
I made big
That's
size.
When you go around touring with Dave, do you wear the same jumper?
I've actually got it on another puppet at the moment. I've got a big size puppet at home, and that's wearing the jumper. But yeah.
So you have a 1-to-1 size puppet?
Yeah.
What do you use it for?
It's just like a big scary prop puppet. Like, he's called Vernon Wink, and he just sits in the back room. And I use him he was originally meant to be used as like a stand-in, like as like when you do things like shots like throwing people down the stairs. And, you can't use an actual person. I was going to use like Vernon. He's just like a big stuffed teddy thing, but he just kind of creepily hangs out now. So.
Oh, what's it called? When I made films with my mates back at home, we had one like a stunt.
Yeah.
I forget the word. Yeah, just like a stunt dummy. Yeah.
Yeah, dummy. That's it.
Okay.
Does Lego have a scale? Is that like? That's very, very.
The minifigures.
Yeah.
I think it's quite funny. It's an interesting question. I think there isn't really a proper scale because people call it minifigure scale because I don't think it has an actual real scale. Partly because the minifigure proportions don't actually match to an adult human. They're quite wide, and they have massive heads, and probably quite short legs. So it's basically anything that kind of is compatible with them counts.
Yeah.
Is kind of the rule, I feel. Funnily enough, I have an interesting story about that. Lego back in the 70s had like a different sort of figure system, not dissimilar in size to these guys, and they had like big round yellow heads, and they're kind of freaky. And they introduced the minifigure to be like a baby for these figures.
Yeah.
So that's why minifigures have more like baby-like proportions. And then these became so popular that this became the default, and the rest is history, I guess.
Yeah, I can imagine that being quite creepy. A Lego guy this big.
Yeah, well actually I can show you the heads. Brace yourselves.
Got another horror jump scare. Oh my god.
This puts...
Oh. Yeah, I can see why they discontinued them.
Reminds me a bit of Dave.
Yeah, that's got a Dave-esque look.
It's probably the most Dave-esque Lego piece that exists. We can give him this little monument.
There's our creepy corner.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the heads, and then they had like weird articulated arms. Probably good for stop motion, but I think visually they're quite weird.
Favourite stop motion animators on YouTube?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is it Guildies or the guys as the clay ones? Oh, they're so good.
The stop motion expert, or like he does loads of videos on how to do stop motion. Yeah.
Guilty.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've not actually seen any of his stop motions, but I've seen a lot of his tutorials.
Yeah. So good.
Is it Pez?
Oh yeah, he does the food and
the food,
the pixelation. It's so good.
Yeah. I think he started because that's like quite trendy now to do those sort of videos, and I think he started that.
Yeah, I just want to show this next instruction. I've got to put 31 of these in this scary looking centipede line.
Good lord. Look at that. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Don't mess up now.
That's a lot. I mean, do they all have to be like aligned properly as well?
I think so. We'll find out.
You know, maybe I think it was a blessing in disguise when you chose the piano.
What have I got myself in for?
This is starting to shape up.
Wow, looks good.
Very good use of like different Lego curves available. Yeah. Did you ever watch the Lego movie?
Oh, I did. I've watched Lego Batman as well. I love them. I think the Lego Batman's like the best Batman film, and don't kill me like any DC fans.
Hardcore Batman fans. To be honest, I think people would be pretty hard pressed to disagree with you because
it's so good.
I have seen that one, and I'm not like a big Batman or like superheroes in general person. But like I really enjoyed that film. The cameos are insane. I will say. And I noticed on Rotten Tomatoes, I think it's like maybe the third most popular Batman film, or the third highest rated of all the Batman films. So yeah, definitely must watch, I feel. But I think the Lego movie confirmed to me that Lego has like an aesthetic that people enjoy.
Yeah.
And that movie was way better than I expected it to be. Same with the Batman one as well.
Because they referenced a lot of like old school like Lego stop motion videos and kind of like really embraced the culture of it all when they made it. They didn't like go too mad CG with things, did they? It was like they obviously had that Hollywood glamour to it, but
yeah,
they were very.
It was interesting because it's the first time I can think of where. So it was done in CGI, the whole movie, except I think for like a couple of bits, but they made it look like it was stop motion animated, and like tried to include defects. And it's the first time I can think of that, a film has gone out its way to achieve that. And then they released the same guys involved in that then did Into the Spider-Verse, which again, like they dropped the frame rates at certain bits. They tried to make it look kind of artsy and animated in a way.
That's got to be one of my best animated films as well, Spider-Verse.
It's a good movie. Probably my favourite Spider-Man film, but I've not seen a lot of the classic Spider-Man films, so I can't really... that's not a final conclusion, but Into the Spider-Verse, just visually, it's just amazing. What's your favourite Lego set? Do you have a favourite Lego set, Georgia?
I do. I love my Lego cube, the Mario question mark cube that like pops out. It's just so fun, and it's so neat as well. Like it's all contained within it, and then you can pop it out, and yeah, it's really cool. I love the mechanics of it and everything. It was such a fun build. I think I've got to say that one.
That's fair.
Got to be a trickier question for you, who's got a lot more Lego.
Yeah, I mean, where to begin? I think the one that comes to mind is the Barracuda Bay, which actually inspired the Barracuda Heist movie, because I sort of had Lego's own boat kind of in my film. That set was amazing. I remember I bought it during lockdown, and lockdown was a tough time, and I remember getting that massive set and being like, this is just a good thing to be doing. But I feel like the detective's office. So one of the modular buildings Lego did, they had like a detective's office, but it was kind of I want to say kind of like downtown New York style architecture, and it had like a pool room that was obviously like kind of like a bar basically, and it was like a little bit more adult than your typical Lego modular building. So I really appreciated that, and it's just an absolutely fantastic set. Okay.
Oh, but 32 must have been an extra one. Take that
gosh,
out.
look at that.
31.
Look at this, everyone. Let's wow.
All the piano keys there.
I've never seen so many of that piece used in a set. Do you mind if I?
Yeah, of course.
Wow. Yeah. This is where like Lego can be surprisingly intricate. Because like they've got such a large library of small pieces now. Looking good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a Lego piece that is like your go-to in your kit? Like, would you say there's a brick that you use the most out of all the bricks?
Gosh, that's a. I mean, I feel for this castle, just regular 1x something bricks in grey. I've used all of the bricks I have to make this. But like, I like these pieces. They call them jumper plates. So this is essentially, it centres the stud So you kind of go off grid. So these pieces, everybody. These are very useful for all kinds of things. It's kind of mad how many different ways you can use them. And then also there's a brick that they call the headlight brick. It's basically a brick with a stud on the side. And that's useful for like putting things on the side of stuff or all kinds of things basically, or for holding headlights. Yeah. So there are some there's some old favourites, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Asking what your favourite video game is.
Ooh. I'm big Nintendo fan. I think Mario Kart's up there. Favourite video game? As a kid, Super Mario Sunshine was my favourite. I used to play that non-stop. Do you play video games much, Georgia?
Occasionally. I've got my Switch, which I love playing, but I've got like a soft spot, like say for Nintendo. I had the Wii, that was like my console growing up, so.
Nice. Wii, that was a fun console, I feel.
Definitely.
Yeah. I feel like I've almost finished this double bass. It has some really interesting part usage, like here for the, I guess what would be holes on a real double bass.
They're really cool. I love seeing the specialist Lego pieces that they must make, like particularly for certain sets.
Yeah, I feel like this might be reused from something.
That's what I was thinking. It looks like devil horns or something.
Yeah.
Like I feel.
Yeah, I think the folks at Lego are pretty creative with part usage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is like so detailed.
Do you ever record in sounds like of bricks clicking and things like that? Do you ever use actual Lego to make sounds when you do?
I've done a few sound effects. I've used a few sound effects that sounds like Lego falling apart. Just because again, I guess that's the kind of like the medium. So it's like it's kind of funny in a way to like have those Lego-y sounds in the film.
Yeah.
Lego does sound very nice.
Yeah.
Like, I know there's a lot of videos out there of just people building Lego sets and you just listen to them do that, and people get a lot of enjoyment from that. In fact, I'm pretty sure Lego released a Spotify album of brick sounds.
Really?
Yeah, you can go search it on Spotify. It's interesting, to say the least. Yeah. I don't think it's for everyone, but I think for some people it's going to be quite relaxing to listen to. But I should get like a larger library, I feel, of brick sound effects. I was thinking for like the zombie film, if someone's getting eaten and they fall apart, you just hear like Lego falling apart.
Oh, that'll be good.
Would you ever do like a holiday special, like a Christmas special, a Halloween special?
Oh, I think a Halloween special would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for an excuse to make like a horror film. Not too sure about a Christmas special. I feel like that would be too particular to a time of year. You can enjoy a Halloween film like all year round. I feel like people would only really watch a Christmas film. And saying that, there are a lot of like, I feel like the Christmas stop motion market is a bit oversaturated. Like there's a lot of stop motion Christmas stuff.
There is. I don't. You know how they do like the Christmas adverts every year?
Yeah.
I noticed there's been like 1 or 2 this year that are stop motion. Yeah, you're right. It does have. It's got like a warm aesthetic to it that I think goes well with Christmas themes.
Someone's asking if you could design a new Lego set from scratch, what would you do? A very good question.
Oh, that is a really good question. Designing a Lego set from scratch, gosh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give that one some thought. What would I really love to see? I do like the nautical theme sets. I feel like maybe some like super realistic kind of ship of some kind I would like. I know Lego's done a lot of like ships, but they're usually like kind of more cartoony pirate ships and that kind of thing. Yeah. I would love to see like a pub, just like a classic pub in Lego form. I know Lego kind of stays away from kind of more adult themes for sets. Although that being said, they did the bar out of Star Wars as a set, like the cantina, right? So if they've done that, they can do a pub. So Lego, make a pub.
There we go.
That's yeah. That's what I'm requesting. How about you, Georgia?
Ooh. I would love to see. I do like the kinds of paintings you've been doing. Like I loved the like we talked about the Lego Beatles and Lego Elvis. I think I'd love to see those in 3D as well. So maybe like 3D Beatles. Like I know they've got the Yellow Submarine and things, but like actual figures and people. I think these are so interesting that I would like to see more like figures being made. Maybe outfits and costumes. That'd be cool. Like imagine like a sparkly Elvis jumpsuit. If they have any sparkly, maybe translucent Lego, like a big Lego Elvis.
That would be awesome. Imagine this set but the Beatles. That'd be so good. Funny enough, I feel like I've got some like Lego capes, but I feel like they're going to be a bit small. What do we think? Shall I put it on anyway?
Yeah, go on.
It's like the world's smallest cape.
It's almost like a Christmas hat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does look a bit like that. Like out of a cracker.
There we go, it's festive for you guys.
So, Book Brothers, welcome. He's asking about our guest today, which is, for those who are joining us for the first time, this is Georgia Madden, an award-winning stop-motion animator from Liverpool. And, you won a Best Animation at the BFI Future Film Festival this year. Please, any questions to do with stop motion or building puppets?
Yeah,
or...
more importantly, we've got Dave back here. I think he's more of a special guest than I am. So.
He's just chilling back there, loving life. He's got the brick separator in case we need it.
Yeah.
They're the 2 special guests we have today. Okay, I'm going to add the string to this double bass. This is going to be an interesting process.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like string isn't really used often in this way in a Lego set.
So push them under. Just move them all up, but let's go back down.
This looks like very intricate.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like the piano's got a spine or something.
Yeah.
So it'd be very good to use as a spine in stop motion. Might have to start looking into
Like
incorporating Lego.
incorporating a bit of Lego, yeah. I wonder if I could make a Lego armature. I think it would almost certainly break.
That could be reassembled. I suppose that'll be a good thing about Lego armatures breaking.
Yeah, that's true.
With an update on the piano.
Oh, that's fab.
Lots of tiny little pieces going into it.
How many of these were used again?
31, all in a row.
31.
Wow.
God. Okay. So this goes through like this.
That looks good.
I've done it wrong. I made an error. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
That looks so cool. That really like adds to the effect, I guess.
Yeah. God, it's so detailed.
It's the way that this leans back.
Yeah.
So I got some geometry in there to achieve that.
Wow.
I'm pretty impressed with that. That could be its own little set.
Lego instrument line. I know they do have a Lego piano, don't they? Like.
They do. Is that the massive one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Look at this. Okay, let's get him posed right.
Oh, that's so cool, the arms being articulated. Oh.
That is amazing.
Wow.
We have our double bassist,
Yay.
everyone. What was his name again? Billy.
Billy.
Billy the bassist. That's fab. I think we have to keep this displayed after the live stream. It's too good to break apart. Whew. That is Billy the bassist done. Just leaves one more, the drummer. Yeah, before I get all that out, I think I'm going to finish my lunch and have a mince pie.
My tea is very good. I rate the mystery tea bag.
I'm glad. Yeah. For those who weren't here, we have an unknown brand of tea in this mug. But it's good. Good.
Good.
Whoever,
Solid 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Whoever buys the tea here at Make, you did a good job. Hello, Ash. I can't read your comment, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Ash was one of my friends from Lancaster, so welcome to the live stream. Max says, I'm really hoping for a full reboot of the Lord of the Rings line. Yeah, I didn't buy any of the Lord of the Rings Lego sets, but my younger brother did. And since they discontinued that, I have thought that, like, if I could go back, I probably would buy a few of them. Do you like Lord of the Rings, Georgia?
Yeah, I enjoy the trilogy. I think it's a real solid trilogy. Peter Jackson, good action in there.
Yeah.
Do you not like the trilogy?
No, I love it. I'm just almost lamenting at how good those action sequences are. Like, I remember when I was younger watching those films, I almost wished I was there, like, in the battles. Even though it would be horrific to be in a situation like that, it was just made that well. I was just like, he made it somehow very exciting to watch. No, I think maybe it's the best film trilogy of all time.
Ooh.
That might be too generous, but very good. Very good.
Very good. If you could travel back in time and have like any discontinued Lego set, have one that you'll go back for.
That's a good question. Probably the Lord of the Rings sets would be up there. I know they did like the Tower of Isengard, which looks really cool. And if I could go back, I probably would get that. What is it? They did like a really cool like Mini Cooper. They did like a little Mini Cooper with like opening doors, and it all kind of functioned, and like so it had like a trunk and everything.
Yeah.
And I would go back and get that. Sadly, that's been discontinued. They do a Fiat 500 though, so maybe I should get that.
I've just attached a very peculiar piece to my Lego piano.
That's looking pretty cool. I know what that piece was originally used for. It's a gate. They do it in black.
Yeah.
And it'd be like a gate, maybe it's like a haunted graveyard or something.
Oh, that's so clever.
That is pretty smart. Yeah. I love how to create this bit, they use like 31 pieces, and then to recreate these bits, they just use one big piece.
Yeah.
It's just like...
He had some sympathy for the builders.
Yeah. Ash said good evening. Good evening to you. Ash is coming in from Japan, so good evening to everyone in Japan. There's a rumour there's going to be a Rivendell set next year. I wonder if this is going to be one of LEGO's like massive mega release sets like they did with the Hogwarts Express, where it's just absolutely humongous. I feel like I'd be quite conflicted if they release a very expensive Rivendell set, because on the one hand I'd like to buy it, but on the other hand it's probably very expensive. Yum. Right, I'm going to get the drum kit.
Da, da, da.
The one maybe we've all been waiting for. Double bassist. There it is. Okay.
Oh, this is a funky guy. He's got a beard and a hat.
Oh, he looks pretty cool, doesn't he? Let's oop. There's the artwork. Yeah, this is like for Lego instruction manual. That is very cool artwork.
I would frame those. They are.
They're lovely. Okay, so 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the Rivendell set's rumoured to be about €500. Yikes. Maybe if I finish my next project, I'll treat myself, but not before. That's a question. Do you treat yourself after finishing a large project?
Ooh.
Especially something that takes like, a year or two to finish.
I suppose I've only got really one large project, and it was a bit anticlimactic when I finished stage, because it was just me in my back bedroom. So when I finished it, I was just like last shot, and I just, after relief actually of being able to mess up the set, that was like the best feeling, because I had this set that I had to like really keep in order, and then when I finished I was like, I jumped on top of the set and I was sitting on it, I was like, yeah. But I suppose it was just a bit like, I took the last frame and then I was just like, oh, it's
Just
finished.
like, it's done.
Yeah.
Like, my whole life is now different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to, I certainly take a few days off after finishing something. I'm going to be honest, I probably treat myself with more Lego.
I was going to ask that, does Lego become like a break for you, or do you get sick of it where, oh, I've just been working on this thing, I can't look at Lego, or is Lego like a, oh yeah, I get to build a different set? Is it like a break that way, or?
I think, yeah, that is a very good question. I think building a set like this, where like it's like brand new, I've never seen it or like built it before, this will always be fun, and I'll always enjoy doing this.
Yeah.
Just because I think the joy of building a Lego set is actually more seeing what this designer's come up with that's like genius, and you just follow through the steps. It's like, wow, this is like so smart.
Do you ever get inspiration from the sets, like, oh, to use this piece like as this particular thing, and do you think I'll use that in my?
I do.
Yeah.
Actually, let me show you what I think is a genius part usage by myself. So, because my next animation is set in Scotland, okay, in like the Highlands. So I thought I need to have some Highland cows. So I got like the Lego cow, and I just blue tacked on. Can you see?
Oh my god.
Let's see if I can show you guys. I just blue tacked on. They're actually Demogorgon claws from Stranger Things.
Wow.
And it just makes the perfect Highland cow. Like, so I was very
That's
pleased
genius.
with that. Thanks. So I sort of keep on top of like all the sets that have been released and like what parts are available, and it does help with things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing is, I've never bought a Lego set. It doesn't matter what the theme, doesn't matter what it's about, what the colours are or anything. But I've never bought a Lego set where some of the pieces aren't really useful at some point.
Yeah.
So I kind of have a rule that like, the more Lego I get, the better. It doesn't matter what it is, you know.
It's an investment.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I tell myself every time I'm in the Lego store anyway.
Another view from Ukraine. Very cool.
Welcome everyone from Ukraine. Very glad to have you with us. Are you a fan of the Winter Village line? So, basically, the Winter Village line, for people who don't know, every year for Christmas, Lego releases like a special set that's meant to be part of like a Winter Village. So it might be like a little toy store, or it might be like an elf's workshop, or, you know, it can kind of be like a magical thing, or like just a normal, like, I guess like European village kind of thing. And actually, the last two live streams I've done, I built both those sets. I did like the Elf Clubhouse last year, and then... Oh no, sorry, it was like the Santa's Visit last year, where Santa goes down like the chimney. And then the year before that was the Elf Clubhouse. So I really like the Winter Village line. But I just find, after you've had like a couple, they get a bit samey, you know? And it's like, I feel like this year I wanted to mix things up, and I saw the jazz set. Yeah, there's a lot of jazzy Christmas songs, right?
Yeah.
We can link jazz to Christmas somehow. And so when I saw the jazz set, I was like, that's the set for this year's live stream. And I'm very glad I went down that route, because this is like nothing I've ever built before.
I was eyeing this one up in the Lego shop before, so when you said you got the jazz set, I was like, yes, good choice.
Nice. I feel like at some point we've got to give Dave the double bass.
It is probably a very good scale.
It probably might look more like a cello.
Violin or something.
Yeah. If you could bring back any discontinued Lego theme, what would you bring back? For me, it'd be Johnny Thunder Adventures, just because I'm very nostalgic for that. I don't feel like there's a modern equivalent, whereas for like things like Pirates and Castle, there is a modern equivalent. So, when did you get your? What was the first Lego set you got, Georgia?
The Mario block.
Oh, the Mario block.
That was the first
oh
Lego
my
set I
gosh.
got. Yeah, I didn't have them as a kid because I think Mum and Dad knew how like addictive I was to things and that I'd want to collect Lego and that was too expensive to be collecting. So it was like I had a little bucket of like my own Lego that I would rebuild the same house again and again, but I never got any of the sets. I used to just like make my own like little ones of the bricks I had, but that was like the first Lego set I got, and that was
I think you started off well with that one.
Yeah.
Have you played? Was it Mario 64?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah.
It's so like it's really clever the way that they've made like the levels from it and how it all fits together. Yeah, I really love that one.
Yeah, I was eyeing that one up myself. I think for me, like one thing I always consider when buying a Lego set is I think, will these like pieces be useful? Mm-hmm. I think the one thing that put me off the Mario one was I couldn't think of why I'd need those, like all the yellow pieces. But that being said, like I said earlier, it does actually surprise you how pieces can always be useful in varying situations. Trying to think how we can like frame these so people can. There we go. People can see.
Yeah. I like how he's angled up at the camera as well.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna like. Oh my god.
This tub has come very much in handy, so thank you for.
That's quite right. I have like hundreds of tubs. Very useful if you've got a large Lego collection. Right, I think I'm making a bit of the base, like what you did here. This should be interesting.
We've got some keys in now.
Oh, that looks amazing. This is definitely the most detailed Lego piano I've ever seen.
Yes.
Do you know what? I think I prefer this to like the big one they've done. It just
there
feels
is something
more
about the smaller scale being not like cuter but more admirable, I suppose.
Yeah. I feel like Lego gets a bit more abstract when you go lower in scale, and it looks better in a way when done well, that is. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a challenge. If I was to make any animation next, what would you guys like to see? What would you like to see out of stop motion? I'll put this question to the...
Where'd you go for your inspiration? Like mostly, I know you visited that castle and that kind of inspired this one, but do you have any things that do you like read any books or watch films, or like when you're looking to be inspired, is a place you go?
I try and expose myself to as much stuff as I can, which probably still isn't enough. But yeah, I watch movies. I do read books. I find that movies give the most direct inspiration. Yeah. But sometimes books can give you ideas that then develop into something else. Yeah, I guess for me it's like watch as many movies as I can. I've watched like a lot of movies set in medieval Scotland, and also movies that have like battle sequences in them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of where I get my inspiration from. But how about yourself?
I'd say a lot of it is like music. Like if I hear like a song or something, I always like envision scenes to go with songs and things. So I do listen to a lot of music, and that helps a lot. But yeah, I suppose I just have like really weird things that I think I want to see made and want to see animated, and then have an urge to make it myself.
That's kind of part of it, though, isn't it? It's like when you think of the idea, you're like, if I don't animate this, no one else will. And it's nice to be able to bring your like energy into something and make something new. Yeah, for me, once I've got that idea, I do start. You know, I was saying like I sort of come up with the ideas kind of in my head first. I will be listening to music as I do that. And like when a good idea is good, and I'm listening to the right music, I just get this feeling like this is what it's going to be. This is what I'm going to make. Oh my goodness. This is quite challenging.
Or when you open a new bag and you've got to find a specific piece.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose it gets easier over time.
Yeah.
That's at the start, it's like quite tough.
To lose the little tiny pieces.
Operator Animations asks, do you make a storyboard for your animations? So we discussed this earlier, but I think basically the short answer is yes. Yes, we do. I like to try and plan it out as much as possible in my head first before getting the storyboards down. And then, if I'm being honest, like I use the storyboard as like a sort of frame to know how I'm progressing. But it's quite common that as I'm animating, I'll deviate from it and improvise. I know that's probably not done by many stop motion artists, but I don't know. I definitely improvise quite a bit when I'm like in the middle of a production.
Wow.
It's just like little things where you didn't think of it originally, but it all makes sense to include it.
Yeah.
I just like chuck it in. Would you ever improvise off your plan?
I'd love to be able to, but I think once I'm kind of set, like I was always surprised that when I was doing Dave, like in my head I'm like, oh yeah, this is just like one little scene that needs doing. But then when you start storyboarding it, you realise that there's extra shots that you have to add in, and there's like extra shots, even though it's just like one little drawing, it's like hours of time just to do that little bit in between. So it was like when I did storyboards out and I was happy with it and all the shots made sense, it was like very, copying the storyboards. I didn't really stray from them too much, but it's very admirable being able to.
Yeah, I think if I'm being honest, I feel like that is probably a better system. I think with me, I don't know why I do it the way I do, and it can lead to like sometimes complications. But I just I know sometimes I have my best ideas just in the middle of something. You know how when you're animating, you're going through it, you're basically watching your movie play out very, very slowly. So, in a sense, it's like, from my point of view, I'm perceiving the film very, very slowly. So that gives me time to improvise things and add things in. Whereas from the viewer's point of view, they just all see it play out immediately, and it's like, it's almost like a condensing of my ideas.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's like one piece I just simply cannot find.
Oh, I was like that before. It's so tiny.
Yeah. Why did it say open all bags? It should have been like one bag at a time. If anyone on the live stream can see like a 1x2 black brick, just please let me know.
Must be frustrating watching us pick up.
Yeah. Just like it's like get on with it.
Yay!
Found it.
Finally.
Finally. Okay. Okay.
Do you have any New Year's resolutions this year?
That's a good question. What was I thinking? Well, I definitely want to push forward with this animation. I think this year for me has been like a little bit unsettled because I've moved from Lancaster to Liverpool and like I've set up my studio here. So there's been like a lot of faff regarding that, and I've not really progressed as much with my actual projects as I would have liked. So I think kind of a New Year's resolution is to get some films out.
Yeah.
Get this one finished. I've got a science documentary I'm working on as well. I want to get that finished early next year. And if I can, I'd like to get 2 animations done next year. I might die in the process, but that's kind of sort of a New Year's resolution, is to just push out some films, basically. Yourself?
Ooh. Well, I suppose I'm very similar. I want to carry on working on a project. I've had like this big one in the works for, like I say, it's been probably a year now. Like since I finished Dave, I've been thinking about this one. And I was talking, I don't know if you know Blinking, it's like an animation studio, but they were the ones who I had the mentorship with from the BFI.
Yeah.
And it's Bart Yates at Blinking. He's so lovely, and he's like continuing on mentoring sessions now. Like it's been like way beyond what it should have been.
Yeah.
And I've been like talking to him about this idea for ages now, and he's like, you just need to make something, like just make something really stupid. Like don't like stop being so caught up and trying to make like, you know, a really great film next, because like obviously you've got like this thing in your head, like you want your next one to be better than the one before it, but he was like, just take a break and just get creative and make something stupid, and then you can always like come back. So that's what I've been trying to do by making these like segments that are going to be on the TV within. I'm like kind of just forcing myself to be creative, so I want to do more of that, I think.
That's interesting. I feel like maybe I should take a leaf out of your book and do something similar. I do. I love the details of a film, and I think I get maybe a little bit too caught up in them sometimes. I do enjoy it, but it's like I've been planning this animation behind us for quite a while, and I've not even started filming yet.
Yeah.
So I think maybe there's a little bit of trade-off there, but I don't know. It's what I like doing, so you're gonna get a detailed film it whether you like it or not. Yeah, it would be nice just to like take a step back and just like animate something, maybe just like in 1 week, animate something, see what comes out.
Oh, these are even fiddlier bits now.
Oh my gosh, you got the piano legs on.
Got the legs on.
Gosh, it looks quite yeah, it looks pretty like accurate. I feel like you could get away with using something like that in one of your films, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe.
Hello everyone who's joined just now. What was it like winning an award this year?
Oh my god.
Because that seemed like quite a quite a sophisticated occasion.
Oh, it was absolutely surreal. I can't describe it any other way. It was at the BFI Future Film Festival, so I wasn't even gonna go, to be honest. It was
really.
It was in London, and it was back in February, and it was on my dad's birthday actually. So we were like going down, and the festival was on all week, and I am kicking myself that we didn't like go longer, but we were gonna, me and my dad were like, we'll go for a day trip, then we'll go and you know, it'll just be a day out, we'll see. And I really did not expect at all, because the competition, it was like so brilliant, like all the other animations I was up against, I no way in the world expected it. And it was like afterwards my dad was like, that was the best birthday present ever. I felt so guilty like dragging him to London on his birthday, but afterwards it was like
it all paid
definitely
off.
worth it. And we were like, oh, why didn't we stay? We could have stayed longer. But yeah, I had no idea. And
That's amazing. Gosh, that must have been. How did you feel when they read out your name then? Not expecting it at all.
My legs just went to jelly, and I had to walk up past all the people, and I just remember like shaking as I was getting up.
I mean, that's an amazing accomplishment. So congratulations in person. I do think though, when you work on a project yourself, like an ambitious project, you know, let's say, all the things that could be better about that project because you made it all yourself. But I think when other people watch it, they don't see that, and so it's so easy to fall into the trap of thinking, there's no way I'd win this. Everything else is better than mine. When actually, in reality, you know, you definitely deserve to win it. So it's I think that's kind of interesting. A question from you from Book Brothers Projects.
Yeah.
Do you use ball and socket armatures for your puppets or wire armatures?
It's a very good question, and one that I'm taking forward into this next project. My very first puppet I did was like a DIY ball and socket armature kit, and oh my god, the nightmare I had with that. I couldn't put any skin in it, couldn't put any clothes in it, 'cause it just kept falling to bits constantly. So I had a really bad experience at first with the ball and socket armatures, and then going forward when I was making Dave, I was like, I can't risk, you know, getting one of these kits and it not working. I was like, I need something super reliable. So actually Dave is made of Fison, the dolls called Fison dolls, and the 1/6 scale dolls, but they're fully articulated. So they're not technically meant for stop motion, but I managed to rejig the armature for Dave. Going forward, I want to make puppets that are like lizards and different creatures, and I've got to try and like figure out ways of doing those armatures. I would like to use ball and socket and like solder it so it fits together properly, but wire is good in like a pinch. If you know a puppet doesn't have to last very long, like Dave had to do a whole film himself, so I couldn't have done wire because he would have felt bits, and the bits that are wired, like his fingers, he's got like 2 broken fingers now because it will eventually break if you use wire. So yeah, I've just got to decide on the project and how long you need it to last.
What kind of wire do you use for a wire puppet?
Yeah, it's just like aluminium wire, so I think it's 1.5 millimeters I normally get. But you can get, there's a good website, Animation Toolkit, which does like all those type of supplies, which I get my wire from.
Okay. Yeah, because I've got some larger puppets I need to make for my next project, but I won't reveal why. That's you'll have to wait to find out. But yeah, I need to make like a larger puppet, and I was thinking it can't hold its own weight up. So I was thinking I might try and incorporate wire somehow into the Lego. So I'm gonna have to check out that website for some wire. Yeah. we got another person asking about the Black Pearl. You're the second person today who's asked about it. I bought it for the pirate animation. I modified it for the pirate animation, and then I sold it to a very lucky buyer who now has the one and only Black Pearl that was featured in that video. So I don't know where it is now, but someone somewhere has that ship. I'm going to have to enlist your help with the drum kit at some point. I don't know how... Oh, of course, you're supposed to build the pianist, though.
Yeah, I've still got to build the lady.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We'll see how it goes.
You might catch me up.
Yeah.
This piano set is very, very, very intricate.
Yeah.
You're doing the bass. Is that for the drums?
I'm doing the bass for the drum kit. So it's very much going to mimic the bass that you made earlier. It's actually, like you say, it's quite cathartic just putting this together. It's just very sort of just stacking bricks on top of other bricks. Okay, this is quite satisfying. I just put a massive plate on here. There we go.
Must be nice after all the tiny little pieces.
Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Just a reminder, if you have any Lego animations or any stop motion or video that you would like us to watch and give some comments on, feel free to send it our way, and we'll do our best to give some feedback. I made an error. I'm going to have to consult Dave. Dave, can you help me out? Cheers.
Well, 1 for 1 then. On
One for one.
On the Dave consultations. To start a tally.
Thanks, Dave. Right. Got to put down all this, like, all these planks. What was it like when you had to do this part?
It was actually quite nice. I quite like the flat pieces. There's something therapeutic about lining them all up. I've got this little foot bit at the bottom now. These actually move
that
about.
is so cool. Gosh. It's like every detail. I feel like if they'd left that out, I probably would have just not even thought about it.
But...
Nice. We collected only 2 musical instruments in 4 hours. 2 more on their way. The piano is almost finished.
Yeah, almost.
The drum kit, we'll probably work as a team for that.
Yeah.
But we got this. I feel like we can do this within 4 hours. I feel like that's a possibility. I'll have some more coffee.
I feel like I spend most of the time trying to find the right pieces.
Yeah.
They're all so little and similar looking.
I think next year I'll have to figure out a proper, like, little trays and things we can put them in.
Tool station.
Yeah. I have a penguin bar.
Pick up a penguin.
Exactly. Are you ready for the penguin joke?
Everyone, hold your breath.
Here we go.
It's gonna be a banger.
It's going to be a banger. I always wonder who writes these. What do penguins wear to the beach? Oh, I feel like I know this one.
Go on.
Flipper flops. I thought it was just going to be flippers.
Oh, I've only read the drum kit.
Ah.
Never mind.
We'll do it retrospectively. There's also some chocolate there if you want some, Georgia.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna finish my piano. It's even got a sheet music stand. Stand for the sheet music.
Oh, look
Very
at that.
cool.
The like gold bit in there.
It's so detailed.
Wow.
Little gold bit and some sheet music stands.
I almost
Very
expect it
cool.
to have like a opening lid.
Well, we'll get to that. Looks like what I'm building next.
What's your favourite thing to eat at Christmas?
Ooh, good question. I'm not one for Christmas dinners. Controversial.
Okay.
I have some alternative things. I do love the candy cane things. When I was a kid, I used to like whittle them down to like a spike. That was like
By consuming it in a certain
Yeah.
way. Okay.
make it into like a weapon. Do you have a favourite?
I've never been a fan of turkey. In fact, these days I don't have meat at all. But I do like the trimmings of a roast. I like roast potatoes. I feel like a good roast dinner depends on the potatoes.
Yeah.
And I also like mulled wine. I think, to be honest, I just like any hot drink. I'm definitely like obsessed with hot drinks.
It is good this time of year.
Ooh. When will the next film be? So I'm hoping to release a film summer of 2023, but like with any project, that is I have to be a bit flexible on that time. But that's what I hope to do, and I should have a new documentary early next year as well. Do you kind of schedule like when you might finish something, or do you?
Oh, not at all. I
Not at
just
all.
like
Yeah.
on the lookout for opportunities and things. Can never say.
Yeah. There are a lot of planks to put down here.
These flat pieces are always a little bit daunting to put in because you know how difficult they are to
It's
get
just-
out if I make a mistake.
Yeah.
It's like triple checking.
That is the thing about Lego. It's like it is reversible, but it can be surprisingly awkward to reverse. Will our guest voice in the new project? Are you open to voice acting, Georgia?
If you'll have me, I'll give it a go. Don't know how good I'll be.
Are you good at a Scottish accent?
Scotland.
You're hired. There we go.
That's all I could say. Really.
It's certainly better than my attempt.
It's probably awful for any Scottish.
Acting is one of the funnest parts I find of doing a Lego film.
Have you got any voice actors in mind? Any Scots that you know?
There's a guy who works here in the studios who's from Glasgow, and I very much hope to have him on board. I'm trying to think. I know a few people who said they can do Scottish accents, so maybe that'll do. But of course, there are many English characters as well in my film, so I should have that covered. Is the new project the castle in the background? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So this castle actually that you see is based off a real castle by Loch Ness, and you can actually go and see the ruins today. And I've recreated it here for my next animation. There's going to be my first ever medieval animation, so it's kind of exciting, something a little bit different. And it will kind of be like, you know, a classic Hamster Productions action sequence. So that should be coming out some of this, well, next year, 2023. Why are you making cartoons for so long? Stop motion takes a long time. I'm sure Georgia will agree with me.
I can concur.
Josh, can you explain to us what it's like having a studio? So this actually isn't a YouTube studio. This is a studio that I have here in Liverpool, alongside many other people who also have their own studios. And I've it's been great for Hamster Productions, you know, having my own special space to do animation. Just like you, Georgia, last year I was working from home, and the year before that in lockdown. But although that has lots of advantages, now I'm going full time with it. I found being surrounded by other small businesses has helped me a lot in going full time. So yeah, this studio has been fantastic, and the community has been pretty great. And Liverpool is a great place as well.
Yay, Liverpool!
So, shout out to Liverpool.
Looks like I will be going on this base soon.
Oh my gosh, okay.
I think it's asking us to
Let me
attach it.
remove all my junk that's like on top.
Da, da, da.
Is it happening?
I think it's happening. It looks like it's asking to
Okay, here we go. The piano is being mounted.
try and figure out the
geometry.
position on this. I think it's
Is it
this one,
That
and
one.
this one, and wherever that other one is that one? There we go. Yippee!
Look at that.
Piano!
That looks absolutely fantastic.
There you
Let's
go.
if I move these guys out the way.
Yeah. Put that there. Try not to make little pieces. There we go.
That looks fab.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Got to make a little stool now. Yay!
Oh my god, the stool. I forgot about the stool. I think that's my favourite instrument so far, but maybe that's a bit unfair.
Very, very grand, as in the name. No, I think that bass is really awesome.
To be fair, the bass.
Yeah. Ooh, it's coming together.
Okay. I better get on with these planks. Where do you get the figures from? So, if I don't have the figures I need in my own collection already, I will get them from Bricklink, which is kind of like a collection of different stores that sell Lego, and you can get any piece you want. Actually, I've got a funny story about that. I've got all these Scottish soldiers defending the castle, and historically Scottish infantry would only wear tunics that go down to their knees. So if I just show you one of the figures. Here's the final designs I have for the archers and the swordsmen. And for this animation, I'm not using the Lego yellow like skin tone. I'm using kind of, I guess, like realistic skin tones. So I had to get legs that expose, like, I guess, the lower leg. And the only way I could do this in a way that would work is I found a very specific Ginny Weasley Lego figure where she's wearing like a dress, I think just like some Christmas do or something, that Lego made, and I ordered 30 of these legs.
Oh my god.
So I don't know what the person thought when he got an order for 30 of Ginny Weasley's legs come through. Some connection issues, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay.
We're back.
We're back. How's the stool?
It's going okay, I think.
Okay.
We're making 4 little legs now.
Nice.
There
This
we go.
planking is like a lot more intricate than I like. You got to get the order the pieces
Yeah.
exactly right, but it's coming together.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Okay.
I've got a little stool. There
I
we
love the
go.
burgundy colour on that. Yeah.
Very classic. Right,
Yeah.
it goes on the back ones.
Ah.
There we go.
Oh, this looks so cool. It's even got like the little knob for like adjusting.
It is so detailed. And we get to make the lady. Right, pack 11.
Alright. Is it just one pack for the lady?
I think so.
Okay. Gosh, so you're almost done. Alright, I'm gonna try and catch up.
Ooh, someone's asking how do you make your videos smooth?
Ooh. I guess it's first off, it's a frame rate question. So I feel like if you're at 12 frames a second or higher in terms of the animation, that basically is considered smooth. If you're below that, it might be seen as a bit choppy. I know some animators do go below that for maybe big explosions or whatever. But yeah, 12 frames a second and above is what you want to aim for. And then from there on out, it's kind of more of a preference to what kind of style you want to go for. I go for 15 frames a second, which I think is a little bit higher than 12, so it has like a little bit of extra smoothness, but it wouldn't be as smooth as Divination Day, for example, which is 24 frames a second. So yeah, I think getting to that 12 frames a second bar, that's the first step to making your video smooth. And then from that point, it's just making sure that your movements are small enough to not be perceived as choppy by the viewer.
There are also some like little cheats and ways around you can do. Like if you use like After Effects and things, if there's like 2 frames that you want like smoothen out, there's like ways to auto generate the between frames of things. So you should use it like sparingly, because I've been pointed out like an error or 2 in Dave where his mouth goes funny and things, but where I've used like After Effects because I've been using like liquids and I've wanted to smooth them out in between. So there are like little ways around, but I would recommend using them sparingly because AI isn't all that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So it like interpolates the frames,
Yeah.
like it makes extra frames. Wow, yeah, I've never tried that myself. I don't use After Effects, but it'd be interesting to see what Lego animation would look like with interpolation. feel like the longer I do animation, the more I realise that lower frame rates aren't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Sometimes it can like give a certain vibe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so Bric-a-Brac, who I remember from last year, so welcome back, mentions that it's good to ease in and ease out. Do you, use that approach? So that's where the movement starts off slowly, and then it will speed up, and then it will probably slow down before it finishes, and that gives a more natural look of like acceleration, which I think is more true to life. How do you achieve to have the same light on each frame? When I do stop motion, the light changes a little, even if I use artificial light. Do you want to go first?
I'll just say make sure that you're blocking all light sources. So if you've got a window or anything, I have like 3 sets of blinds on my windows so to make sure that no light gets in, because things like that, they can cast shadows when the sun moves and it'll mess about with it. And also make sure that the actual lights you're using are good, reliable lights, because I've in the past had like flickery bulbs that have not been kind to me. So you've got to make sure that your light is reliable, and things like if you use like a battery powered light, like I had to use a separate one for Dave's lamps because he went into the set, and over time the battery power would like dim the light, so you'd have to make sure that the light wasn't dimming throughout the animation and that you're like keeping the batteries up and things like that. So
oh my gosh, yeah. I feel like anything with batteries puts like it gives me anxiety when doing stop motion animation. Free blinds. Yeah, that'll definitely solve any natural light problems. Sorry. I'm looking for a plank of wood.
Ooh.
A final plank. There it is. Oh no. Sorry, I'll be able to find it. If anyone can see the final plank of wood for this, please let me know. So in here, there is actually no natural light. Yay! So I don't have any problems from that, but I do still need to create good lighting for the set. So there's 2 bright white lights up on the ceiling, and then I use these lights here to sort of, I guess, kind of make sure the shadows and everything look right. And also making sure you have like a soft light. I mean, it depends what look you're going for, but I find certainly for Lego at least that a soft light gives the nicest aesthetic to look at. So yeah, nice soft boxes on this bulb here, so you don't get any like harsh shadows or anything like that. But of course you might want harsh shadows, so it depends what you need. Okay, hello. We've got someone from Korea, so welcome to the live stream, and hello to everyone in Korea. And it's 12:56 a.m. there. So yeah, thanks for joining us. Maybe I should just leave this one brick for Dad and just continue with the drum kit.
As we clear more pieces, we doesn't fall on the floor or anything.
I don't think so. Okay. Hello, Sam. My brother has joined the live stream. Welcome, Sam. Can I have a shout out for my brother John, who's also my brother? He's a big fan of your work. So shout out to John, whose birthday's tomorrow. Right, I'm going to move on to the drum kit, so I'm quite excited about this.
The missing floorboard can wait.
Mm-hmm. If anyone sees a missing Lego floorboard, let me know. Hello, JT and Breeks from France. I actually visited France for the first time ever this year, and I very much enjoyed it. Do you enjoy much hand-drawn animation? So not stop motion, but...
I do. I have a soft spot for hand-drawn things. I wish I was better at it in a way. It is something I do want to branch into, but yeah, I love like kind of rougher styles as well, like where you can see like paint marks and brush strokes and things. I like that kind of rhubarb boiling of drawings.
For some reason I've got a soft spot for, like, you know, the early Hanna-Barbera cartoons where basically they try and get like a whole series of cartoons out very quickly, and so it's a little bit rough around the edges, you know, recycled animation and all this stuff. I don't know why they've got a kind of style to them that I like. I do love Looney Tunes. I mean, how can you not? Stuff like the Pink Panther, and then of course things like Studio Ghibli as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they just make up, it's like art to the highest degree. Right, I'm looking for like a car wheel arches. Yeah, that's the first piece I need for the drum kit, is some car wheel arches. Interesting.
Interesting, making a figure that's sitting down.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at her. She's starting to develop.
Got a bit of a torso here.
Yeah.
So I'm scared.
I suppose that's one of the disadvantages of Lego as a system, is the articulation's quite limited. Just like, she's going to be sat down for the rest of her life. There's nothing that can be done about that.
I don't think Dave will complain. I think he'll be happy to sit forever.
Yeah. I like the orange for her like dress. It's a bit of like a splash of colour in an otherwise quite muted set, I feel. Okay, our Korean friend is going to sleep, which I completely sympathise with and understand. And so thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you for the 2 a.m. Lego.
Yeah. We have someone joining us from Portugal. Hello. I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we're almost there. I thought between the two of us it wouldn't take so long, but you think we can push through to the end?
Yeah, I think we'll manage. Trying to not misplace anything.
There's a lot of blue internally to this. I think I'm making someone's torso here. Or this might actually be the drum. It's difficult to tell. You can see the drum, I feel.
Very cool.
Yeah. Got the 7, which I believe is a reference to the design of the set. I think it's like Lego Fan 7 or something. The guy who designed the set. How much is left to do? Well, I need to make a drum kit and a drummer. How about you, Georgia?
I need to make a Lego lady, and that's kind of just need to finish this Lego lady. Trying to figure out how a dress goes together.
Okay. Would you know how to film something in an underwater location? I guess I just need to get a waterproof camera. I don't know whether I would though. I feel like you can achieve underwater effects quite easily within the computer.
These curvy bits of the dress are rather confusing.
Gonna crack the door open a little bit. Get some fresh air. Yeah, that was quite elaborate.
Yeah.
But like, wow, yeah. I've never seen these pieces before. It's like a kind of twisty.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out because it was like reversed, like mirrored for the other side.
Yeah.
So.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Gosh. So many small pieces to this drum kit. Just going to adjust this slightly.
One piece. These are our legs.
Oh no, I've made an error. Dave!
Uh-oh.
Oh no, that's 2-1.
Legs now. These are cool. These are like swingy.
Oh, they articulated.
Yeah. Oh, put that on the wrong way.
Oh my gosh, pieces flying everywhere. Okay, this is quite cool.
Wow.
So you see there's like this missing gap here. There's like a missing gap here. And we've made this piece that just like slots in and kind of fills it in.
That's good.
It's kind of mad. Do you need any help building? I hope it doesn't come across that way, but probably yes. I know, I think we've got this. I think it's...
I'm just putting on our little heels now.
I feel like you've basically...
Doo-doo-doo.
Oh my gosh, I like them.
Oh, moving like...
I keep putting pieces on the wrong way.
Oh, it's so difficult.
There we go. You'd think I'd know by now how to like put a Lego set together. Right.
There we go. She's got legs now.
Oh, that looks fab. Gosh.
Let's see what's next is the arms. Oh, these are cool. These are like jointed Lego pieces.
Yeah, they are incredibly useful. I've used a few of them on the castle to like get angled walls.
Do you have any advice for animating large figures? Because a few weeks ago I tried and it could have been better.
I think I'm going to have to hand that one to you, Georgia, because I basically just animate little minifigures.
I'd say planning is key, and especially if you want them to do certain movements, make sure that you know what movements they're going to do and you can rig them accordingly, because if it's a big figure it's going to need extra support. So try and make sure that it has space for things like rigs to slot in if you needed to do a big elaborate movement. I was quite lucky with Dave because he was just sitting down most of the time. So.
But he is fully articulated. If
Yeah.
he was going to run around, I imagine that'd be quite tough. Needed probably a lot of support. But...
Yeah, I would have needed to put something in his feet for that to wear.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you just got to plan out what you want them to do.
I'm just amazed at how good the baked clay looks. Yeah, it's just like I had no idea what it was made of when you first showed me. Is that the same material that like Leica would use?
I think they do a lot of 3D printing nowadays. So it's like a lot of plastic, and I know silicone is like, because Dave's made out of latex, so that kind of ages over time. But silicone is kind of good forever, so that's kind of like the expensive stuff. And I think in the most recent Wallace and Gromit it's like all silicone, like Aardman used silicone for things like Early Man, and they put like indents in the sculpts so it looks like fingerprints and plasticine even though it's not actually.
Does it move like plasticine though?
So it's like bakes hard, so it'll have like a squidge to it, but it won't be able to sculpt it once you've set the silicone.
No way! I had no idea. Even Early Man. Gosh.
Yeah, I think Early Man. Yeah.
That's mad. And they actually put in the imprints. Gosh. I'm gonna have a Greg's mince pie. You're very welcome to join me.
Oh, thank you. Me too in a minute.
But, if you're in the zone, that's fine. You know.
A mince pie review.
Yeah. Anything we don't eat, I'll bring to my brother's birthday.
Oh, these are cool. Little Lego heart-shaped gold pieces that are going in.
Oh.
It's like...
Can I get that?
Focus? It's shiny,
yeah.
so...
Ooh. I do not have any of those already, so that will be a valuable addition to my collection. Ooh, okay. Editing. What editing software do we use for our animation? So, I, for many, many years... Well, I started off on Windows Movie Maker way back. I do not recommend that. I then used for many years Premiere Pro by Adobe, which is very powerful and very good. But these days I actually use DaVinci Resolve because, well, there's a very good free version, which I'm currently using, although I'm considering upgrading because of how good it is. Yeah, it has amazing colour control and, it has everything you need. So... I've not actually done a full stop motion in DaVinci Resolve yet, but I've done little bits of stop motion in it, and it works very well. So that's what I use for editing.
I'm very much addicted to the Adobe suite. I rely on it for like Photoshop to remove all the rigs, and I do like bits in After Effects as well. So I use Premiere just because it's easier to incorporate with those other things. But I think I have heard very good things about DaVinci and its free version, and Adobe is so expensive.
I know. Yeah, I think because I don't really use the other things in the family, that made it an easier decision for me to switch.
Yeah.
But I can see how, like for example, if you use Photoshop a lot, you can just put the Photoshop files within Premiere, can't you? Yeah. You know what? Greg's make a good mince pie. That's a good mince pie.
Out of 10.
Give it an 8.
8, generous.
8. It's quite I feel like it's quite fruity, which is a pleasant surprise. Okay, we are good builders. Thank you. We needed that. I'm gonna make a brew. Where are you, peace? It's like when you're looking for a dark grey piece and it's just hundreds of different kinds of dark grey piece. So to everyone watching, what's your favourite Lego set that's ever been released? Tell us your favourites. I found that missing plank of wood.
Hooray!
Yes! Let's just all enjoy the moment. The last plank of wood. There we go.
Lego lady's got a head and she's got little earrings as well.
Oh,
She's
really?
very cool little gold hoops. So,
Oh, I love that.
Oh.
Oh no! She's exploded!
Broke her arm. Get that back on. Error alert.
So right, you've
Have I
got
done
this. It's like a
Oh.
jigsaw.
Oh, have you ever broken Lego before? Like, have you ever had a big break? Or like that?
I have. Actually, in my last animation, it started to deteriorate.
Oh.
Although, to be fair, I did have a big break for like my set for my last animation. Hey, she's back. Good. But luckily it was after I had needed it in the film, so we were all good.
She goes. Maybe she needs an extra piece. I think she should slot in. And try not to break anything.
Oh, she looks so
There we
cool
go.
though.
Yay! Oh
no!
She lost a bit of her dress.
So you got this.
I've got it. There we go. Sitting down, fully intact.
Wow.
Yay.
Okay, that looks amazing. Let's. I'm going to try and very careful that you show your work too. What do we think of this, guys?
Hooray.
Oh, that looks amazing. I don't think I want to break this up. I like the earrings, like you said.
Yeah. Very detailed.
I like how it's almost like they're using Lego as kind of like an abstract form, which I think is, well, I've never seen anything like that in Lego before. Yeah, she looks great. I'm so sorry, Georgia, I'm far behind. I think maybe what we can do is, if somehow I could build the drum while you build the drummer, I don't know if that's possible. How we could do this. Maybe it's not possible. Or if you continue building the drum and I just like put a bookmark in.
The bookmark it with. If you want to put.
Okay, so if I give you this.
Okay. We'll pick up.
And I'm pretty certain these are all drum elements.
Right.
And then it's okay. I think I've got bookmark here. Something might work. I'll use this notepad.
Cool. That's this looks like where the drum comes into it. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. I feel like this will work. Probably in my mind, this will work.
Are you sure you don't want to prop it up? Because if we use. Oh no! I thought maybe if you put your pieces in that, but just so we don't mix up your pieces with mine. That way.
Oh, I see. Okay. I think it is just all one big collection of pieces, though.
Oh,
yeah.
Right. Oh, fine. Okay.
So we should be okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Wait. Maybe we could use like one of these guys.
Oh, it's like a divider.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh!
There we go.
Georgia the genius. Look at this. Oh, you can see it.
Perfect.
We can build it at the same time from the instructions.
There we go.
There we go.
Right. Try not to mess up your drum now because this is looking very good and very intricate. Right.
I'm going to be like, it's certainly the most intricate Lego drum I've ever built. That's for sure.
I see what you mean about the grey. Lots of grey.
Yeah, are you okay accessing the pieces?
Yeah,
I'll move
I'm good.
over a little bit. Tell you what, we'll move this like contraption across a bit.
Yeah, sweet. Try not to lose any. There we go.
Alright, final push, ladies and gentlemen. We got
Come
this.
on,
Okay.
Do.
Do.
We need a name for the lady as well. A B name.
We need a name. So we've got oh gosh, Barry, the trumpeter who's holding up the instructions.
Cheers, Barry.
Cheers, Barry. Barry's pulling his weight. We have Billy, the double bassist. And then we have our unnamed pianist. Can we have a name for her, please, ladies and gentlemen? I'm getting like Aretha Franklin vibes from this lady. But please send in your name suggestions. I've never seen this piece before. It's like a white blob. Don't know how else to describe that. What music genres do you like to listen to?
Depends. If I were doing sculpting, I like something more relaxing, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were saying before, upbeat music is good when you're trying to get in the animation zone and you're in like hour 2 and you need to something to push through.
Yeah.
You've done like 10 frames.
What's it you're looking for?
These 2 of those. Like roundy black.
There we go.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I find I listen to almost anything, to be honest. Like you say, it does depend on what I'm doing, but it also depends on like how I'm feeling or what I've not listened to in a while. Looking for like a white pyramid. There it is. Belinda. That's the name suggested for the pianist. Someone also said Bernard, but I think that might be for a different thing.
Maybe that could be for the drummer.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Can't get over how tiny all these pieces are.
It's like a lot of very small pieces. It's a very sophisticated model, I've got to say. You know, they also do like a Lego Titanic.
Whoa.
That's like wider than this table. I would like to build that. But again, it's like, where the hell would I put it? I mean, you have to be like a pretty big Titanic fan to want a like 1.5 meter long model of the Titanic made out of Lego. On the video you made, the Barracuda heist, why did you change the cannon firing with Lego pieces? Your last sea battle had a red laser pointer. That's a good question. So, with cotton. So, in the previous animation I used cotton, and I animated that, and I used a red laser pointer to make it look like a blast. So actually that is an example of me using non-Lego in a Lego animation. I feel like since then, I feel like I could control it a little bit better by building the blast out of Lego. But I feel like I kind of agree that maybe the cotton looked better. The light worded the cotton really well. So maybe in the future I'd consider using stuff outside of Lego again. Yeah, but Bric-a-Brac agrees that like the Lego pieces did look good. So I feel like I could go either way with it. Right. What am I building here? What was the name of the trumpeter again?
Oh my god.
There's Barry, Billy, Belinda. Okay.
Maybe a memory game.
Yeah.
Can't tell whether. I think I need another one of these pieces. You see this lying about.
That's a piece that could quite easily camouflage. There we go.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
No problem. I'm looking for like a white V bucket kind of shape. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm getting confused. I'm looking for these. There we go.
Update on the drums.
Oh, that's absolutely fab. Look at that.
There you go.
Can I have a...
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
You did all the hard internal work. I've just been putting on the faces.
Putting on the fun bits. Yeah, I mean, that's a drum. There's nothing more to say.
Something about circular Lego that is weirdly satisfying. When you get it on right.
I think it's because of how perfect it is. It's like quite mathematical, I feel, so it just fits together perfectly. So, with Divination Dave, was it the lockdown that inspired you to go all out and make the project, or were you planning to do it anyway?
Yeah, in a way. I've always been into stop motion, but I think it was kind of like a response to lockdown, being like one guy in one room with all felt a bit fitting. And it was like a matter of what could I do by myself with the resources I had to kind of, you know, I couldn't be building all these big mad sets because we only had like a short amount of time really for it all. So
I think that was wise. I think I always screw myself over slightly by going elaborate with the sets. Although building it out of Lego does help, I think, a lot. I think the one thing that's put me off models the most is I know the amount of time and skill variety that goes into it, and Lego is something that definitely does not require that.
Well, I'd argue this is quite a complex build, so I can only imagine.
Yeah. I think it's has advanced a bit from just being like blocks.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm building this guy's like. This guy sat on a seat. Some weird like dual white and then grey. So I think he's like fused to the seat.
Drum is getting placed on.
Oh, look at that. I'm trying to think what these are. Is that like the snare?
I think so.
Or maybe, is it tom-toms? You do like a drum roll.
Yeah, it's got to... This bit has got to go in the red circle, I think. So... Kind of tricky.
How?
I think. Maybe twist it about.
That was about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. There's, hang on, I'll move on.
There it is,
Oh my God.
mounted.
Yay.
That's pretty smart. Sorry.
Sorry, it was me. Oh, I think I'm making a stew, am I? No? Don't know what I'm
Question
making.
for Hamster Productions. Did your little brother help make those ships when making your animations? And as a kid, I wanted to reach out to talk to you. Well, hello. Yeah, my younger brother Jacob helped a lot with the model designs originally, and we used to have a lot of fun. Back when I was filming in our attic, we'd spend a good portion of the summer just building the models together. And he now studies architecture, so I feel like the two things are linked. Building all these buildings for the Hamster Productions films. Yeah, he helped a lot in kind of that era of Hamster Productions. But yeah, I was going to say, I did my latest pilot film also in lockdown. Yeah. It was very much a case of like, I was sort of deciding, should I or should I not go back to doing animation? And because it was a lockdown, I was just like, well, there's no better time for it, really. So it just made sense.
They just go straight on, do they? These, it's like showing.
Yeah, so one goes here.
Right, another few to make.
Oh my gosh. Okay, the drummer is progressing, I promise.
Find all these wiggly pieces.
All right, let's try and speed run the end.
Yeah. Hopefully get a bit easier now that some pieces are clearing out. It's less to rummage through.
Yeah. This is typically how the Hamster production live stream goes. It's like, oh yeah, it'll take us this long, and then it's like twice as long or whatever. So I hope you don't mind having signed yourself up for this.
Okay. We're getting there.
Gosh, this is like I think this might be the most intricate set I've ever built.
Wow.
From Lego.
This is the little kicker.
Oh,
add on.
nice.
So I think
Oh, it
that
actually hinges
goes-
as well.
I think that goes here.
That is cool. Let's show that off. There it is. Little kicker.
Ooh.
That is really cool. Okay.
Losing a bit of balance as it gets thinner.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was just noticing that. Yeah.
Feel free if you need to move it about, because
Maybe I can.
yeah.
Blue, blue, yellow. Okay. Right, we've got this.
Yeah.
Bric-a-brac. Do you remember my Christmas film idea from last year? Just to remind me what that is again. I don't tend to remember things from a year ago, unfortunately.
Lots of do's and don'ts on this page, so I'm trying to be careful now.
Oh, God.
to muck it up.
I'm trying to think, what's the age rating on the box? 18 plus. Well, there you
Okay.
go.
We go adults only for this.
Adults
Lego.
only. It's that sophisticated. I do find it quite funny, the 18 plus like
Yeah.
line, because you got things like Winnie the Pooh that's 18 plus. It's just quite funny. Hmm. Oh, this is mad.
Oh, we've got yet another piece to be built here.
I'm doing another bow tie. This time it's made of 2 pieces.
Oh, he's coming together.
He's
Whoa,
coming.
he twists.
It's twists. Let's do the twist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's him sat on a seat. I think this will have legs.
Cool. Oh, I do. I love the little rounded stomachs on them.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Okay, we're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ah, I'm building his leg. Took me a while to figure out. Okay. So, hello Chase and goodbye Bric-a-Brac. Thank you for joining the stream and thank you for having joined the stream.
This one goes on. Oh no, do we need to make another stand? Yeah, there's another stand. Oh, missed out a stand.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
here. This. Yeah.
I
I
know.
was thinking, why was that in the instructions?
So many stands.
Ah.
Losing
Right.
count.
I think that's supposed to fit in.
Is it that?
Yeah, yeah, it's supposed to be this one.
Oh my goodness.
Is it?
I think that does fit. Especially if you rotate
Oh
it
yeah,
like
maybe it needs rotating.
that. So,
Mm.
it looks kind of like it's floating, but that's fine. I feel.
Show you the picture.
Um,
Can't tell if that's supposed to float or not.
does that stick in anymore? Ah, there we
Ah.
go. Yeah.
Sorry, not strong enough for the Lego.
I feel like it's something you don't expect to like have to actually like force the Lego brick. It is an 18 plus model though.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry? I feel like we're getting very close.
Yes. Starting to come together.
Yeah. Are you Call of Duty fans? I can't say I'm a fan. I used to play the zombies one a bit at uni. I've never owned a Call of Duty game, but a friend did. We used to play the zombies quite a lot. But no, I'm more of a Nintendo fan.
Collect my circle. Like I'm an expert at making Lego drum stands now.
Yeah.
Do this from memory.
You do have to make a lot of stands for this set, as it turns out. What am I looking for? This one.
And then this one goes here, question mark.
Oh gosh. Look at that. I think that is a tom-tom. Okay, now his shoes. There you go, that's one of the bricks I like. This is a very useful brick.
Hinge one. There it is. Did you enjoy the Sonic 2 movie from 2022?
I have not seen that movie.
Can't say I have either.
Okay. Do you know what? I've heard good things though. Some people here have watched it and said it's good. I have watched the original Mario Bros movie from the 80s. I don't know if you've seen that
I
one.
haven't seen it, but I've heard things.
Oh my gosh. I think in a weird way you might actually like it. It's nothing to do with Mario, like, at all. But it's kind of... It's actually quite imaginative in a way, but it's just not what you'd expect from a Mario movie. Look at this guy's legs.
Whoa.
He's like...
What a stance.
Ready for... You could look at that. I'm doing his arms now.
cymbal goes on
Wow. Let's show this off. Cymbals appearing. Can't be long now. Check out this guy's arm.
Yay!
He's ready to play some drums.
That's cool. Right, this is to go on the drum. Question mark, yeah it is. Trying to read, they're very complicated. I feel like if you were good at instruments and music, you might have an advantage when making this set.
Yeah, you probably know where everything goes without having to look at the instructions. That's looking fab though.
Might need a bit of rejigging.
Yeah. Maybe like... Wait, don't we? Everything's under
I'll
control.
show you the picture.
Like that? Oh no, yeah.
So, yeah. Suppose it's drummer's preference.
Yeah.
Maybe not upside down. Yeah,
I don't know whether that counts.
We can rejig at the end.
We can rejig, yeah. Okay, final arm.
Yay. Right.
To be fair, I'm getting a lot of really useful ball joint pieces from this. These could be really useful.
I was asking about, have you ever thought about making Star Wars Lego?
I'm going to be honest, I've not. I know Star Wars Lego's really popular, but I don't like doing kind of I guess franchisey things, or what's the word? It's already like copyrighted or whatever.
Yeah.
I like coming up with my own stories. That's what I enjoy doing. But it's funny, whenever Lego releases like a new theme, so like they did Indiana Jones a while back, there was just loads of Indiana Jones Lego animations made. But yeah, for some reason I've just never really got into that myself. Alright, the last handful of pieces. Oop. How does it...
I feel like the drum has been the most complicated one, I must say.
Really? Even more complicated than the piano?
I think the piano was more straightforward.
Gosh,
These are
that's
all...
saying something.
So many grey parts that are all very similar looking but slightly different on this. Trying to distinguish.
Fair play to the designers of this set. Like, I have no idea how you came up with this. Mm-hmm.
like a stool of sorts. Oh, I think. Have we put the drum on back to front?
No.
I think it's facing that way, and that's why there's been
All right,
a bit of confusion.
hang on.
Yeah.
How does that look?
Right. Okay.
Let me let's move this in.
Oh no, I think we are okay. This
Cool.
because this goes to the front. Hang on. 2 there, and that one kind of sits on here, I think.
What am I doing?
Yeah, it's like.
It connects here and here.
Ah, right.
I think. Hang on, this one here.
Hmm.
The centre goes on there, and then I think the leg goes on.
Ah, right. Got it.
I think that's right.
Thank you. Got another B-movie fan asking if we like jazz.
Do you like jazz?
How can we build the jazz set and not like jazz?
So, just to be clear, you recommend watching the B movie?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right.
Definitely worth a watch.
I'll just when I'm watching it, I'll remember that you said that. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. When I'm asking myself why I'm watching this movie, I'm going to be honest. I'm very curious to see that film.
I'm backtracking, but I think B-movie Lego set would be a good addition.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for joining us, Butt Brothers.
Thank you.
And thanks for your questions, and until next time. Okay, I've almost finished this guy's head. Oh, you've finished the drum kit?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Might need some aligning actually. I might do that now. 'Cause
Okay.
things are facing odd
Alright,
directions.
I hope everyone's ready for the final
Oh.
reveal. Just going to build this dude's hat. This guy's looking pretty classy, by the way.
Do you have a favourite of the group? Favourite of the group and favourite instruments? I feel like
Yeah.
they're two different things.
We want everyone's favourite instrument and favourite of the group. Oh, check out this guy's hat. His head.
Whoa, he's suave.
This guy's suave. Okay, I think I've just got to plug his head in.
Yeah. Thank you. What was this
Boom.
guy's name? No. not
Oh,
Barry.
we've got Barry,
Barry, yeah, I think.
Billy, the double bass, Belinda on piano. Now, what's this guy's name? Look at him. Gotta be B something. Right, let me whack him onto this drum kit. How does that even work? Does he just sit there? Oh no, he plugs in.
Right.
He plugs in.
Yeah, it's going to be like a piano situation where you've got to try not to break him.
Oh my god. How did you do this? Wait, I'm going to take the seat
Yeah.
off, I think. And plug that.
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew! Yes!
Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, thanks, Travis. We have our quartet. Oh, this guy's like going in swinging. Look at
Ooh.
him.
You know,
Dynamic
I think he
posing.
might be my favourite of the people.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he was my favourite instrument because of how complicated the drum was. I think my
let's-
favourite instrument is the piano. My favourite.
Alright.
Da-da-da.
I'll give Dave those leftover pieces. He can build something.
Don't eat them.
Right, we've done it, everyone. High five. Woo!
Yay.
Okay, let's show off the finished product, shall we? So we got Bartholomew on drums. Let me make sure this is in focus. Barry on trumpet.
Yeah.
I know what instruments he's playing. Billy on double bass
Yeah, with the cape.
with the cape. Little bonus edition. And then Belinda finally on piano. Yes. Shall we
Bringing the gang together. Whoa, I can just force them in.
maybe I need your help. Shall we
Okay.
try and do it together?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a terrible idea. How does this... Is it just going to explode?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm in this side.
Maybe. I'm scared to break it.
Yeah, me too. Actually, let's.
There was a proper way to assemble this in the instructions, but
Yeah, we decided on it. Yay! There we go. Let's. Tell you what I'll do. Let's get a ground level view for the folks. We've done it, everyone.
Yay.
Okay.
Tour of the jazz set.
Okay, not sure what I did there. Here it is, the jazz set.
Yay.
Oh, that's looking fab. I think one of the
Very
drums
cool.
is going to skew. So, can we have a round of applause, please, for Georgia, who's just spent the last 5 hours building Lego. Bravo.
Put it on my CV that. Professional Lego builder.
And let's not forget Dave for his contribution with the brick separator. I feel like we need to get a final shot of Dave with
Lego set.
with the Lego set.
Doing the bands.
I mean, it's going to be a little bit big, but you know, that's
I
fine.
think Dave on vocals, perhaps. I feel like
Dave on
we
vocals.
sit him at the
There he
back.
is. I can
He's the conductor,
yeah,
perhaps.
I can give him a little red microphone.
Oh, perfect.
I mean, you know what? I'm going to let you move the hands because I don't want to break
Yeah,
them.
the fingers are already broken, so we'll see how well he can hold this. There's a lot of blue tack I used in the there goes your mic.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you, everyone. Sing us out, Dave.
Sing us out, Dave. We wish it could be Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, thank you everyone for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed that, and I hope we've spread some festive cheer.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Georgia
You're very
and
welcome.
Dave, for
It's been
joining
a
me.
pleasure. Thank you for having us.
I hope we've answered all your stop motion questions. So, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And,
oh yeah, hats on
Hats on.
for the sign off.
I'll sign off. Until next time.
Till next time.
Merry Christmas and a Happy
Merry
New Year.
Christmas.
Bye.
Farewell.